What happened? I saw everything that happened. Why don't you come stand over here? You saw what happened too? Stay separate, but stand over here.
Yo, for Bussy, what's up, dude? You saying, buddy?
The two people who just stepped forward are Hannah and James, and they are the only two who are entirely drenched in blood.
You have a phone?
I believe it's right to the side of the
Under the big boy now? Ooh, let's go, bro. That's huge. That's huge.
Can you blow it on your pants or shoes? Bro. We're probably gonna take your hoodie.
James's blood stains appear to be those of a witness, since they were smooth and smeared. If he was the one who stabbed Charlie, the blood patterns would likely be sharp and scattered across
That's
the body.
fucking sick, man.
As for Hannah, all of her arms were covered in blood, indicating that she was likely trying to stop Charlie from bleeding out by applying pressure. Regardless, it's clear the two were eyewitnesses to Charlie's murder, so Detective Summers and her counterpart would immediately conduct an interview with both James and Hannah to get a clear recollection of events.
10 elite kills is mad grindy. It's not that bad. Those arm grabber guys are elite zombies from, what's it called? What's that map called? Terminus. You can literally have like 4 or 5 of them spawn in at once.
There's like the whole kitchen.
Yeah, save and quit feature is gonna be clutch, but you literally just need those big arm grabby guys. It's fucking piece of cake, bro, honestly. It's not that hard. I think that will be one of the easier ones. I think the 30 special zombies is harder than the... Oops. Not hard, just grind it? Yeah, yeah. Agreed. Agreed. You see that all-out war in my Discord earlier? That was pretty wild, eh? Afterlife is so easy. I was doing like 7 to 8 of them a game. What the fuck? Really? What's the Afterlife? What do you do for Afterlife? "20 kills without being hit 10 times." Oh, what the fuck? That's ridiculous. That's so easy. That's ridiculously easy. You could probably get like a whole section of weapons done in one game. You get like all SMGs, all pistols, all that shit done in one game. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. It took me like 3 hours to do all of Afterlife. You saw that war? What the fuck was going on? Monsev just wanted to promote, like, he mod. Oh, that was my dog barking. He mods, like, PlayStations and shit. And he was just like, bro, do you mind if I, like, put an advertisement for my modded PlayStations in your Discord? And I'm like, sure, go for it, bro. And, like, I didn't really read anything that happened after that. I'm just assuming it had to do with that. Alex probably thought it was fake or some shit. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what was going on, brother. Bro, did you watch the Penguin TV show, bro? That shit is so good. That TV show is so good, bro. You should watch it. I give it a solid like 9.5 out of 10. It is fucking good, bro. No, I just haven't heard of it. Yeah, it's super good. You should definitely watch it if you like TV shows, bro. It's definitely worth it. One of the better ones that have come out in the past like 10 years, honestly. I went to go get some pizza with my brother today because there's this pizza place he's just been raving about, but it's closed until 4 o'clock. So I went and got some Caribbean jerk chicken and some fucking oxtail. Oh my god, it's so good. Yo, what's up, Brad Roach? How you doing, bro? Just in time, just in time. Cheers. Where anybody go? This is like average viewers for me nowadays, bro. I only get like a couple people in here at a time. You feel me? Channel's dead, brother.
Kid the whole party that, because he knew I had background in EMS, was calling me firefighter, firefighter, firefighter. And so I showed him some pictures from like different like fires I'd been on. And then somebody got mad at him for
Where anybody go? No, what do you mean?
which wasn't even any guy that I really knew. Well, so they started fist fighting inside, like right in the doorway once you go into the right. And the kid that's covered in blood, Jimmy and I were kind of standing off to the side. And I told him, I was like, I don't like this. It's like, I mean, everybody's trying to tear it up and stuff. Like, they were still wrestling. They got out into this main corridor right here in front of the door, but I was still sitting, like, at the kitchen table. So, I could kind of hear what was going on. But, once again, I didn't want to get line of fire. Well, I heard somebody say gun. And that's when I was like, I'm definitely going to stay in here. They're out here fighting, like, right in front of my truck. The Toyota 4Runner. And Jimmy,
Toyota 4Runner, bam. That chick's a keeper.
And I think what happened is he pulled over to a center
Jesus.
console, pulled a knife out, and what he did, he went straight for the neck.
Oh, I fucked up.
Neck wound, for his back again, and he got him again in the back. I want to say it was like 4 or 5 stab wounds. But I mean, he did. Like, I mean, it was very fast, very vigorously.
The moves Hannah describes are not supposed to be used to protect yourself from the attacker, but to kill them. One poke or a stab might be enough to deter the attacker, but
Motherfucker, one poke or a stab is way more than enough to deter like 99% of people.
That Isaac intended to kill.
So kind of explain this to me a little bit. So they were fighting, I guess, fist fighting over here on this
side. You can say curses or violence or blood bastards. Yeah, respect, bro, respect.
He got up, came over to his car, which was right where the...
Got up, so he got knocked
You're
down.
a legend, Rad Roach.
I don't know. I was standing on the porch at that time.
He was over here on the porch?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just saw them all go
You're a
down
fucking
there.
legend, homie.
He was parked right next to the 4Runner, so he went to get in his car, and that's when everything happened. But I saw him start stabbing Charlie, so that's when I kicked his door to kind of stump him, and then I pulled Charlie away and then onto the other side, and that's when we were all just holding him.
Did he know he had a knife at that point, you think?
No, nobody knew.
Okay.
And then after that, I just kept my arm around Charlie to hold pressure on all of his wounds, and then that's why there's blood from this side of the 4Runner over, because after I drug him there, that's where I sat the whole time until you guys got here.
It just, I trust my gut feeling, and tonight was just not right, and that was terrifying. I understand completely. It was just an absolute show, and I came out onto the porch to make sure, like, I was honestly kind of scared I was going to get shot, because they had said, there might be a gun, but I wanted to be here in case somebody got hurt, and look what happened. I understand completely.
It's abundantly clear that based on these interviews, Isaac did not stab Charlie out of self-defense, but rather to kill him out of anger. Charlie was trying to keep Isaac from exiting the car, so if he was truly fearing for his safety, he should have just drove off.
Oh, I never
On top
sent
of
this
that,
fucking little
one of
bastard
the
to go get
students
me
on
some
the scene
planks.
would tell police that Isaac had called over the phone and threatened to come back and finish the job, further confirming to police that this was not an act of self-defense. While Jimmy and Hannah's interviews provide detectives with a clear picture of what led to the stabbings, both witnesses had never met Isaac before. However, police still know nothing about the actual person who committed this murder. So Detective Summers decides to bring in Dalton, the party's host, who also happens to be Sabra's brother, and he would reveal some twisted information crucial to solving this case.
So walk me through, how long have you guys been here?
We've been here.
Brennan, what's up? I'm the one person who don't like censor. I like
We got
blood
here
guts,
Friday,
hardcore shit.
like 4 p.m. I think it was.
You would
and
like
literally, all these
John
people, I was
Wick.
making sure everybody had like safe rides home. I didn't want
You
people
like that
driving.
movie?
If you're driving, like, there's plenty of room to stay. Everybody can stay. And I was making sure everyone was leaving. And Isaac.
What you been up to, Brennan?
He was belligerent, and I said, dude, I was like, you have a safe ride to go home. Just leave. There's no, like, there's no reason for anything. You're, like, everybody's going home. Half the people are sleeping, trying to go to bed. Like, I was in the, when this all, like, went down, I was telling everybody to get him out. Like, just get him out of here. Tell him to leave. Get him out of here. And then they all
Don't look so
freaking out.
crazy. I watched it for the
These
first
guys,
time,
like,
like,
we
2
all
days
were
ago.
freaking out. Like, I was like, I was so much in shock. Like, I did not know what to do. I was up in there, and Hannah and Jimmy, they were all helping. Like,
I watched it for the
like,
first time,
I was
like 2 days.
just
Well,
pressure
the
on,
first one for like the first time 2 days ago
I
or
don't know
whatever.
what to do, like,
Yeah, was it 2 days ago? Yeah. Well,
who's
Him. When
Yeah,
say
Saturday
you put
night.
Pressure on him.
Chuck,
Was,
the one that got stabbed? Charlie Starner, Hannah, and Jimmy, they were holding pressure on him after, like, they were like, he stabbed him, and, like, Isaac hopped in the car after, like, immediately and sped off up through here.
okay. Who was Isaac with? Who did he sleep with?
My sister, Saberfly. Isaac's had issues in the past. He's put his hands on my sister, and he's just literally went to jail 3 months
I'm
ago
watching
for
right
his
now.
hands
They're
on-
live. Word.
Isaac Pence was someone that should never have been at this party in the first place. He already had a history of being violent, as Dalton explained, and to make matters worse, he was deadbeat drunk. Flailing around, assaulting everyone that came into view, it was only a matter of time before someone got seriously hurt. It just so happened that Dalton telling Isaac to leave made him explode. More importantly, Dalton explained that Isaac went to prison for assaulting his mother. This is very important information, as it could prove in court that Isaac had pre-existing tendencies of assault. Detective Summers plans to speak to Dalton's mother face-to-face, but before she's able to do so, she receives
Bro, I'm so glad I got
that
off this
changes the
shit
case
path in life like that. I used to be this kind of kid, always fucking doing stupid shit like this. So glad I stopped doing stuff like that. Jesus Christ.
Mom is staying. She told him to get their shit and get out. And I don't know. She doesn't know if he's coming back to finish what he started or what.
Oh, nice. Cool. Hope he does.
I'll head up to the top.
All right, good luck. Go with God.
With these claims in mind, police would have everyone evacuate the premises and lock down the cabin. Fortunately, Isaac would never show, and the hunt for Isaac Pence would go cold for the night.
Holy Brennan Taylor points.
I'm Lieutenant Angles. This is Detective Randolph. Okay. We just need a statement from you about what happened last night.
I know. I was supposed to be at work at 6 o'clock this morning. I was woke up at 3 a.m. by my daughter calling me on the phone. She was hard to understand. I could tell she was intoxicated. And she was very hard for me to understand what she was saying. I knew there was a fight. She said a fight was breaking out. She said I've lost my I don't have my glasses. I don't have my purse. I don't have a shoe. I was trampled on. Dalton and Isaac. Dalton is my son. Isaac is.
Yeah, I can't believe I never knew I could do that. Yeah. That's all good. Now you know.
Well.
Now you know.
We had a court case not too long ago where he threw me across the room. So Dalton's just protective of his sister, worried for her safety, really. So he told her yesterday he's not to come if he's been drinking. Well,
Oh, those niggas were doing Gamble All. I've told people countless times the Gamble All, for whatever reason, on my channel just doesn't work. It just, like, whatever I do, I can turn it on, off, try and fix it. It just it literally doesn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I said, Saber, where are you going right now? Where
It's just
are you?
bugged.
She said she first told me they were at Isaac's house. I said, Sabra, okay. But I could hear this in the background. I could hear Isaac talking to somebody, and she was still sitting in the car. And I said, if you're at your house, if you guys are at your house, why are you still sitting in the car? She was like, well, I don't know where we are. I said, Sabra, ask Isaac where you are. So she asked Isaac where they were. Isaac said, it's okay, I stopped at a buddy's house. And I said, okay. I don't know what buddy. I know they said something on Chicken Coop Road. But then they left there and came to the room. They were in my room.
In Toronto, there's fun things to do. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. There's like Ripley's Aquarium. There's like you can go see hockey games, baseball games, obviously. Like tons of things you can do for sure, bro. Lake Ontario is right there.
I don't know what he was meaning, but he was going out there to finish something off.
Do I like Drake? You not really. No, not really. Not particularly.
Yes. Because then I called my mom because I said, obviously, I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to work today. And I called McDonald's. I'm a manager at McDonald's, and I called him and said, I don't really know what's going on. This is all I know, but I know my kid. I don't know. I just feel like I'm not being told everything, and I still can't believe this.
Damn, that's crazy. Why?
Despite the fact that Sabra just watched her boyfriend stab someone to death, all she cares about is getting her belongings back before work the next day. This ignorance and complete disregard for their crimes.
Jake's pretty good. I mean, I just I don't really like his kind of music, you know what I mean? It's just not the kind of rap music I listen to. It's more R&B. I'm not really R&B. You know what I mean? I'm from Toronto and Estonia. I mean, there's some Drake songs I like and stuff, but I'm not like going out of my way to listen to a Drake song.
Written statements from everyone at the house that night, adding to the pile of evidence against Isaac. However, the next day, Hannah and James would show up.
I'd rather a bass in the car is kind of sick. Yeah, I mean, you know it's pretty dope when you're driving down the highway and fucking Drake goes speeding by one of his fucking luxury cars. This shit used to happen all the time when we'd be working in Toronto, building gas stations. He'd just have like a fucking giant fucking like SWAT of people just moving beside him and shit. It's crazy. Be shutting down the highway and shit. That was pretty cool. Had that happen a couple times.
To the station to provide police with the most damning evidence they've received yet.
Some nice cars, you know? What are they called? Rolls Royce and shit like that he's driving around? Fucking sick.
Well, I flew off the porch so fast, and I ended up on the hood of my truck because I thought Isaac was going to hit my car.
Okay.
So I started recording a video in the circumstance that he hit my car. Okay. And I captured the entire stabbing. I captured.
Oh yeah, dude, just driving down the highway and shit, for sure.
See her reach into the back seat with
for sure, bro. 100%, bro. Not like I can sit there and yell hi or talk to him, you know what I mean? He's just fucking literally speeding by. With like a entourage of fucking cars. Listen to all these people. There's like 20 people there that could have stopped this fucking guy. Instead, they all just started screaming. You know what I'm saying? That's just crazy to me. There's like 20 people there, and then none of them do nothing. They all just sit there and scream and yell. Like, what the fuck? If that's my friend getting stabbed, I'm fucking jumping on that guy and just fucking putting him in a chokehold. I'll try and see if I have a picture on my phone still. There was this one time I was driving on the highway, And there's like a fucking military escort on the highway. It was pretty cool. There's a bunch of tanks and all sorts of shit. Let me see. Let me see if I still got this picture. Not looking too good. Dude, don't tell me I deleted it. What the fuck? That was so cool. Maybe I have it on Facebook. I want to check that out now. You got me curious. Photos. Oh yeah. Military escort down the middle of the highway and shit like that. My buddy too. Bro, this shit was so fucking cool. Just like right down the fucking, like right up off of the highway. They just turned it off. We followed them and shit. It was so cool. Yo, Zine, what's up? This was right before COVID too, so they were getting ready for martial law. You already know they were in the works for that. You already know they were in the works for that shit, homie. What are you saying, Zeno?
So, it just goes so fast. But it's him standing up in the door up there. There's Saber getting into the back seat. She grabs something and she tosses it onto his seat.
What am I building? Building some oak doors for construction experience. Got like 200k XP an hour doing this. Trying to get to like level 92. So I can just build up my house and not have to rely on other fucking people, you know? That way I can truly be the GOAT of World 420 and just play on this world. You know?
Isaac's on, so Isaac's right there in the middle.
Okay.
He's the one standing up there. That's his arm yelling, telling him. Then he's stabbed right there. And that's Jimmy grabbing him and pulling him back.
Unfortunately, we have to censor the evidence due to YouTube's guidelines, but an uncensored version, along with the extended 3-hour cut of the video, is available on our Patreon linked in the description. This video is a crucial step in proving Isaac guilty, as it shows clearly that Isaac did in fact stab Charlie. Additionally, Saber seems to hand something over to Isaac right before the stabbing occurs, meaning she could have potentially given Isaac the knife used to kill Charlie. With this, police have more than enough evidence to arrest Isaac and Sabra. This would be an easy task, as police were able to ping Sabra's phone location to Isaac's house. They would be detained shortly thereafter. However, during the investigation, they also discovered something peculiar. By tracing the car's movements found at Isaac's house, officers realized that Sabra and Isaac visited 2 other locations before arriving at their own home. The first was the house of Isaac's friend, Justin Sloan. At approximately 3 a.m., just minutes after the stabbing, CCTV cameras captured Sabra and Isaac stopping at the home. Why exactly they stopped would soon unravel itself as officers
hiding a murder
Justin.
weapon, obviously.
Hello? Hello, is this Justin?
Yes.
Hi, Justin. This is Detective McKnight with Hocking County Sheriff's Office. I appreciate you talking to our Captain Robinson earlier, but I've just got a couple follow-up questions real quick.
Okay.
So the questions that I have is, do you know Saber?
Yes, because she knew my little brother and stuff. That's how I met her.
But this is the first time she's been to your house?
This current house that I live in, yes. Normally we all just kind of meet at our friend's house.
Was she present during the discussions when Isaac was telling you what was happening, what happened last night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was she present when he hid the knives?
She was in my garage on the phone with her mother.
And he left the garage to go, did he say he was going to go do that?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell him no because I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea if it was true or not.
Okay. Do you have any idea who told the police that he was going to come back and finish the job?
I don't think. I didn't hear him say stuff like that when he was drunk and freaking out at my house, though. It might even be on camera, but I don't know.
He did say stuff like that at your house?
Kind of. It was more of like he just wanted to go back and beat up the other people that were trying to jump him.
Okay, all right.
The killer couple hid 2 knives at Justin's home. Evidently, the two were panicking. With a fresh kill on their hands, they didn't know what to do and stashed the knives at Justin's home without him knowing. Once Justin refuses to give them shelter, Isaac and Sabra make a second stop, Sabra's mother's hotel room. It's obvious the two are panicking. Isaac knew what he did could get him in serious trouble, so instead of working with the police to prove his innocence, he hid the murder weapons and ran. The evidence points to Isaac as a clear killer who murdered an innocent college student for no reason. With little to no evidence proving this statement to be wrong, detectives decide it's time to conduct their first formal interrogation with Isaac. The goal of this interrogation is to get Isaac to admit to the murder, and then slowly break his attempt at claiming self-defense until he has nothing left other than to admit his evil actions.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? You live on Pickerington Road? Okay, how long have you lived there?
About 6-7 years now.
All right. Who do you live there with?
My mom, my stepdad.
Okay.
I got a little brother, a little sister.
Okay.
And then Sabra and my 2 kids.
Okay. And who's Sabra?
My fiance.
Okay, all right. And how old are your children?
One is 1, and one is 4 months.
Okay.
This guy looks like a kid I
On
went to high
surface,
school with.
It might look like Isaac is a proud father, but he's hiding more than a few skeletons in his closet. When officers arrived to arrest him, his home's condition was beyond deplorable. The pungent smell of ammonia, likely accumulated from urine, filled up every single corner of the home. But that wasn't even the worst part. Isaac was a well-known abuser, and in his girlfriend's mother's words, Sabra was his biggest victim. This meant that the children he tries to speak so dearly about were the same ones who, according to people close to Isaac, had to live in a house that stunk of urine, all the while seeing their mother be abused on the regular. To many, it might seem that Isaac's complete disregard and ignorance of anyone but himself is what landed him here in the first place. Yet, in his eyes, he seems to think that he's done nothing wrong. In fact, as the interview continues, it's almost as if he sees himself as the victim.
So, sounds like you guys came up here for a birthday party, is that correct?
Yeah.
So whose birthday was it?
It was her brother's birthday. Me and her brother never got along.
Okay.
I was sitting there the whole time. I was like, I know this is a bad idea, but I want to make her happy. So I was like, I will try to put my pride aside. Let's go ahead and go.
Okay.
We were there. Everything was good. It was completely
When did you get there?
As of around 8, I think 8:30. Well,
All right.
everything was completely fine, and we're having a good time. She ended up having a panic attack because she wanted to get into a hot tub, and she was way too drunk, and she's, oh, he's gonna be mad if I get in a hot tub. And I was like, hey, you're fine, go get in a hot tub. She's like, well, there's other dudes in there. I was like, listen, I'm not getting in the hot tub because I'm wearing work shorts or work pants, work shirt. I'm not getting in the hot tub. I was like, you want to get in there? Go ahead.
Notice how Isaac completely leaves out the facts that he, too, was belligerently drunk. Pay attention to how Isaac cleverly leaves out details that may diminish his story.
She gets in there, everything's fine. Well, later on that night, she's outside, and we're all standing out in the hallway.
She's outside, so.
Yeah, she's out on the patio.
Who's she?
Sarah.
Okay.
But then it was me, her brother, and I think like 2 other guys.
Alright, and what's her brother's name?
Dalton.
Dalton, okay.
I don't know the other 2 guys, but we were all standing right here in the hallway, and someone ended up like pushing me. So I pushed him back. Well, Dalton thought that I pushed his girlfriend Ariza. And so he got all pissed off. That's when everyone tried to jump me. Well, I kind of know what I'm doing a little bit. So I start throwing them to the side. And that's when I was like, I'm not trying to f*** anybody, so just toss me to the side. I got in my car. I was telling Saber, I was like, hey, if you want to go, then we're going. Well, they came and they got in the passenger car, and they took her sunglasses, her actual glasses, and her purse out, trying to keep her to just stay there. So, you're gonna stay here. And I was like, well, with everything going on, like, I'm going to leave. Because...
You said you just want to leave?
Yeah, it was from 10 to 15 guys.
Okay.
And they all decided they were gonna try to fight me. Well, then, this one comes up to my car door, came up, and he was kicking my car. I mean, once they started sitting there trying to bust the glass...
Rocky, you're a pain in my ass, dude.
That's when I put out a knife. I was like, hey, you need to back up. And they didn't want to...
it's because of the thunder and the lightning.
Ended up
you scared
opening my
cat?
car door.
What car door?
My driver's side car door.
They did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You okay,
It
scared
was
cat?
2
Oh,
to 3
baby,
guys
come
were sitting
here.
there, and they were just yanking
Come here,
on.
baby.
I was trying to hold it as
my
good as I
baby
could.
boy.
And
Oh, you're
there's
okay.
3
Come
guys
here, I'll
that
wrap you
won't
up in my
let it. I was like, I'm not
blanket.
gonna let my door break. I was like,
Come here,
hey,
baby.
you guys need to
Lay
back
down.
up. Like,
Yeah.
this is not going down right here.
Come on, baby. Oh, you're okay.
They didn't want to listen.
You're
So I was
okay,
like, listen,
scary cat. Oh, I got
try poking
you.
out a little bit.
Immediately,
got you.
Isaac's
Don't you
story
worry, I
contradicts
got you,
all of the
scaredy
witness
cat.
statements thus
Yeah.
far. Isaac claims he
You're
was the one
okay.
trying to leave the party, while everyone else claims they
You're
were trying to
okay.
get Isaac to leave.
You little scaredy
Unfortunately
cat.
for Isaac,
Oh, my
the phone
goodness.
recording, CCTV footage,
You're
and
scaredy
mountains of
cat.
other evidence go directly
Yeah, right.
against
They
what
look
he's
like
saying.
bots in RS
But for
around
now,
the table.
detectives will let Isaac create a detailed narrative without
Who?
confrontation, so that they can use it against him in later interrogations.
Rocky, baby,
Like,
come
I
here.
didn't try
I was
to
just
do
trying
it
to
to
do
physically
Come
hurt
here. Let's
anybody
wrap you up
really
in this
bad.
blanket. Come here,
But I
baby.
did it just to like poke, like, hey,
Here.
I have a knife.
Oh my goodness.
Calm down. Well,
You wanna go outside? You wanna go pee real quick? You wanna go pee real quick? Let's go.
I use it for work.
Let's go.
Because
Oh, let's
doing
go take you outside and go pee real quick,
we used to
okay?
cut plastic and everything.
Okay.
They
Oh,
wouldn't
in the video?
stop. They just kept going.
Yeah.
So
I'll be right
I
back,
tried
bro.
to
I'll be
stab
right back.
that one guy in the arm just so they would go. Well, as soon as I stabbed him in the arm, they left. The other 2 guys took off completely.
Okay.
And that's when Saber got in the car and I took off. I left, got somewhere safe. I called my mom. I was like, hey, I should not be driving right now. And a bunch of shit just popped off. I was like, I need to figure out something. I gotta go somewhere, but I don't need to be driving.
So you stabbed the guy in the arm one time?
I think it was twice.
Twice? Sure wasn't more than that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So when you left and you said you called mom, right? So did she come get you from there?
She was not able to.
Gotcha. So did you go, where'd you go after that?
I went straight home.
Isaac is blatantly making lie after lie. Every lie he makes during this interrogation will only come back to haunt him once he's presented with factual evidence.
The knife. What's its location? Where's it?
It should still be in my car.
Should be in the car. So
if I didn't drop it after.
Gotcha.
So it's either in the car or it's at their house.
Gotcha.
Detectives would wrap this interrogation up quickly as they got exactly what he needed. Isaac doubled down on his claims of self-defense and lied through his teeth in order to do so. Now that they have these statements on record, Isaac is going to have a really hard time proving his innocence once he's confronted. But for now, police have another issue to address. It's still unclear what Sabra's role was in the murder. The phone recording could indicate that she handed Isaac the knife, so she could be equally as guilty for the crime as Isaac is. However, their one priority is to convict Isaac and extract the truth of what happened that night. So they sit Sabra down for her one and only interrogation, with plans to slowly build the pressure until she breaks down and confesses everything.
Let's start out at, let's say, 8 o'clock last night. What time did you get to the party?
So I was at work and then I got off at 7. I left work around 7:30. I had a few people coming at 10 really late, so I didn't get out until about 7:30. I went home. He was asleep when I got there, Isaac was. So I woke him up, I was like, you still want to go? He's like, yeah, let's do it, you know, we'll just go for a few hours. Because I'm supposed to open today. Well, once we got there, my brother was like, yeah, I want to drink with you, like, just stay, and then we'll make sure you're up in the morning. I just decided to sit on the couch because I was like, I know I gotta get up in the morning, you know, I gotta go to work. I don't want to get too, like, wasted. So I was just sitting on the couch, and they're still having a good time. Isaac's having a good time, and all of a sudden I hear this big, like, you know, arguing, and I was like, oh my gosh, please tell me it's not with Isaac. I go out, and I hear, like, a bunch of different stories. Isaac and a few other people are saying that he accidentally pushed Horizon, which is my brother's girlfriend. Then my brother's sitting here saying he intentionally pushed her. I don't think he intentionally pushed her. He's not that type of person. He's not violent, especially with girls. Because his mom was abused by his dad, so he knows what it's like. And he's seen his mom go through all of that. So I know he's not that type of person.
It's awfully odd that Sabra describes Isaac as non-violent and doubles down on him not being the aggressor the entire night, because all of the previous witnesses stated otherwise. Isaac has had a thorough history of abuse, and everyone besides Sabra clearly remembers him being the aggressor the entire night. There is a good chance that the reason why Sabra is defending Isaac is a far more deep-rooted issue. Trauma bonding occurs when an individual suffers from cycles of abuse, followed by positive reinforcement. This causes the victim to develop a strong emotional attachment to the abuser, which can result in a rationalization of the abuser's behavior. Considering the fact that Isaac has abused Sabra's mom, one might question if he's really the saint Sabra makes him out to be in their relationship. But for now, all that Sabra wants is to defend Isaac, because to her, it doesn't matter if he's a murderer.
And they're sitting here arguing. I'm trying to talk to Isaac to calm him down because I'm like one of the only people that can calm him down. I'm like, okay, let's just, you know, if anything, let's just go in your car, sit for like a couple hours, and then we can go home. Then they followed us outside. It was like 10 guys, all of my brother's friends. And this guy, I think his name is Clay. I don't want to be wrong. He goes, are you really starting problems again? And I think he might have thought maybe when I had my panic attack that Isaac was starting some sort of drama, but he pushed Isaac. Isaac went flying back into a car. I tried to intervene and just trying to get Isaac away because I didn't want to see my brother fight Isaac and any of that to happen. They end up like back behind Isaac's car. They end up going down that hill. I'm following them, trying to, you know, break it up. Somehow I fall and they're like trampling all over me. I have a big bruise on my knee, and Isaac, he got in the car and he goes, Sabra, come on. I didn't even know someone got stabbed until way after we left. And Isaac was like, I think I stabbed that dude. I think I stabbed him. I was like, oh my God. Isaac was like, you literally ran away. Like, that's not what you should do. And I think we stopped at his friend's house because his friends lived shortly down the street. He was flipping out because he was like, you know, he was like, oh my God, I don't want to get in trouble. Then he ended up falling asleep. So I had an alarm at 7 so I could try and wake up and get time to call someone and see if they were up at that time. And then at that time, that's when I hear pounding on our front door. And I walk out, and Isaac's mom was like, Isaac needs to get out of here. There's a bunch of cops out here drawing their weapons. He's got to go out.
Sure.
It's clear Sabra doesn't intend on cracking. So detectives decide it's time to put the pressure on Sabra and get her to confess.
You can't think of anything else that you forgot to tell us or didn't mention?
Not that I know of.
Okay. How well do you know Justin?
I know him not like really well. I just know that him and I were friends for a couple of years.
How long were you at the house talking to him today with Isaac?
Like 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes.
Only 5 to 10 minutes.
As far as I know, like, I mean, I went in to pee, then we were out there for a little bit, and then we left.
I'm sure that somebody's already kind of explained things to you, right? So, mother to mother, you love your children, right?
Yes, very much.
Okay, and you want to see your kids again someday, right?
Yeah.
Because today, somebody's actions made it so a mother lost her son, a father lost his son, somebody lost their boyfriend, okay? Several friends lost another friend who bled out at the hands of someone that you care about, and you know something.
I really, I don't.
You were there.
Yeah, but I didn't know he got stabbed. I didn't know that until after we left.
If you're trying to protect this man, you're gonna go down as an accomplice for murder.
Trust me, she don't give a fuck about him.
You know something.
I got knocked down and I was on the floor or on the ground, and then I got up and I didn't see anyone on the floor. I didn't see anyone else on the floor. I swear. I'm not trying to protect him at all.
So what did he say after he stabbed him? Because you guys drove away together. He had to have said something.
He didn't. He really didn't. He said, I don't even think he said anything. He just got in the car. I got in the car. And then we left. And then shortly after that, he said that he stabbed someone.
I'm going to tell you that I talked to his parents, and they said that he's an explosive, angry, violent drunk.
He is. And he is. He's never been, like aggressive to me. He gets aggressive, and he punches back windshield. He does stupid things when he's drunk. I'll be the first to admit that.
Listen.
Oop.
He died. He's dead. He's gone.
I know, and that breaks my freak.
So, your honesty today is imperative about what happened. Your honesty today is the paramount of what we need done. Okay? You're not telling us. You're hiding some stuff back because you're protecting it. All right, now listen to me. I've spoken to your mother on the phone.
So did I.
You know he's violent against women, correct? He's been violent before against women, correct?
He was violent against your own mama.
Talking about Isaac.
Yes, he did push my mom.
He did what?
He pushed my mom.
Pushed your mom?
Because he went to court for it. She punched him first, and then he pushed her. So I will say that yes, but he has never laid a hand on me. He's never done anything like that.
You told me earlier that you would never do that to a woman, correct?
I totally forgot about my mom. I'm so sorry.
It's your mom. How can you forget about your mom? You're trying to protect him.
I'm not.
Okay?
I'm going to tell you right now that my specialty is domestic violence, sexual assault, and crimes against children. And the living conditions that your children are in are a crime. A deplorable, sickening crime. I'm 35 years old and I could barely breathe in that house. There's dog feces everywhere. The ammonia in that house is horrible. We've made a referral to have your children emergency room. I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you, you know how I know you're full of shit? You went to your mom's, you went to Justin's, all before you went back to the house. I talked to your mom.
I did go to my mom's.
That's nasty. Yeah, these people are just fucking hillbilly
Because you were
fucks.
drunk? Are you forgetting because you were high?
No,
Forgetting because she doesn't want to tell us the truth. The only thing that I can have and that I can say about you right now.
You should have seen their house, bro. There is literally just mounds of shit and piss on the floor. Everywhere.
She was lying. She's lying.
Mounds of it. Not like here or there. Mounds of it.
I was scared.
And there's like fucking a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old kid just sitting there playing right beside it. It was disgusting.
Yes, and I apologize.
Like
I'm
literal
so
like
scared.
just like diseases waiting to happen, you know?
And I'm being honest
Fuck.
to God, I didn't see a gun. I didn't know who had a gun. I know my brother has a gun registered in his name.
Did your brother have a gun?
I don't know. I didn't see one.
Okay. What did you see about the stabbing?
I didn't see, and I'm being completely truthful on everything. I didn't see anyone get stabbed. I didn't see anyone fall to the floor. I didn't see anything. This is when I think this stabbing happened when I was on the ground.
Give me these construction levels.
Well, is there anything else that you think that we should know about? Is there anything that you want the prosecutor to know? Because now's the time to make your case if you feel that you have one.
Like to write out an apology letter for lying to us about that.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Sabra is going to crack anytime soon. However, her lying is just as bad as Isaac's, so convincing her shouldn't be much
Convincing her to write out a letter
of a
about her
challenge.
lying is just
Additionally, her
hilarious.
cathartic behavior only strengthened the case against Isaac, as she revealed that they did in fact hide the knives at Justin's home, giving detectives another lie to confront Isaac with. So once and for all, using all the evidence they've collected for the
Mr.
last
Huey
several
Kodo
days,
pet himself.
detectives sit Isaac down for a final interrogation.
We're gonna re-Mirandize you since we've had a break in between. Do you know what your Miranda rights are? Okay, I'm gonna read them to you.
After reading Isaac his rights, he would recount everything that happened the night of the murder. We've heard his story multiple times now, so I'll fast forward through that portion of the interrogation.
So, I'm gonna tell you, the only thing you have left in this world is your integrity. You know what integrity
Your balls and your integrity.
Yeah, your honesty. And I'm gonna tell you that I have found about 40 loopholes already in your story.
About 40?
I'm not gonna ask
See,
you a
if
question
the
I
cop were to
don't
sit there and say that to me, I'd be like, oh yeah, we'll name all 40 then. Let's hear it. Let's hear all 40.
Okay, that would make me a horrible detective. Been here since 3:30 this morning. The last
Yeah,
thing
Dance
I want you to
Mahogany
do
getting some content for the song. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
giving
yeah.
you honesty,
yeah.
and I'm giving you the opportunity to
I'm a
come
boy.
Okay. If I go to the prosecutor and say he gave me a line of crap,
This shit here, like, bro, doing these outdoors is just so AFK, it's stupid. You just literally hold down one button and just press
we all
in
make
the same
mistakes.
spot.
We do it every single day. I'm not a perfect person. Dave's not a perfect person. We've done and seen some fucked
Fucking
up things,
ridiculously
okay?
AFK.
What you did last night is fucked up. You killed somebody.
What?
He's dead.
And I died.
Yeah, he died at 8:31 this morning. The world lost a father. He leaves behind a
I'm broke now?
9.5
No, I
month
feel
son
that. I feel
named
it.
Jet. Okay?
Gotta do
Somebody
Mahogany
lost
Homes,
their
I
son
feel
this
it.
morning. A mother and father lost their son.
I
Girlfriend
invested like
lost her
20 mil
boyfriend
into
that she
this.
held compression on for several minutes
I have like
waiting for a medic to
18,000,
get there
well,
to try
had
and save his
18,000
life.
oak blanks.
He died at Grant this morning, and you're facing murder charges.
I didn't know that.
He did because you didn't stab him twice. You stabbed him multiple times. Way more than twice. And I've interviewed probably 15 or 16 people today that have painted a pretty gruesome picture involving you. This is your chance to be honest about it.
I was just trying to get them to stop.
You get one shot at this.
Oh, no.
One shot only. I've talked to your mom. I know you are a very violent, explosive person. I know you drink almost every weekend. You left her in the care and custody of your two children, Draco and Waylon, who are 13 months and 4 months old. I've been inside your bedroom. I've been inside your car. I've had a very deep conversation with your girlfriend's mother, and everyone that was at that cabin. You get one shot at this with me, and that's it. You want to start over?
With this brilliant confrontation, the detective successfully convinced Isaac to start again with his story. Just like in Sabra's interview, he already gave his version of events before this, so any mistakes he makes now will seal his fate.
Ripping into him? Yeah, that gave that guy no mercy right there.
Ended up because Saber wanted to go, and I told her that I would go with him. And
I'm gonna pause this real quick. I'm gonna rip a fat toke right here. 250k XP an hour though, just sitting here chilling doing this, bro. I could do this and then in a couple days I'd be done, just like fucking when I did my fire cape. Oh. Do this for a couple days and I get that fucking get that Connie cape, brother. It's nice. Very nice tasting. Oh my goodness. It tastes delicious. Very piney. Yeah. Delicious. Yeah. Very little. Yeah, very little ash, yeah. Yeah, man. No worries. Have a good one, eh? Peace. Sick.
So we ended up going. But we've never got along, me and her brother. And, of course, her brother's friends aren't going to like me if he don't like me. But he said that he was going to be cool, calm, and collected. I said I would do the same. And I was until everything blew up. And once everything blows up, then I just blow up and I end up blacking out.
How much cocaine did you do last night?
I didn't do any.
I know there was cocaine there. I have already found the cocaine.
I didn't do any.
Did you smoke weed?
No.
How much did you drink last night?
I think I drank a 12-pack of Miller. I took a couple shots of Hennessy.
Woo!
And a bottle of green, it's like green sour apple schnapps. There was like a half bottle of that.
Okay. So you drank a lot of alcohol, knowing that you have an explosive personality when you're drunk. Okay. Was there some jealousy issues at this party last night?
Yeah.
Leahy, fucking blue Smurf over here.
Well,
There's the liquor, boys.
it's just her brother's friend, well, her friend and her brother's friend, Trey. I've always not liked him because she sits there and says always like a brother, but then she got mad at me one time and said, oh, well, Trey's so hot, I'll just go f*** him. So, that's where I don't really trust him anymore. And, so when he came, that's kind of where I got jealous.
Okay. So Sabra is talking to Trey, right? Where are they together?
Oh, they're in hot tub.
Okay. And she starts having a panic attack. Because why?
She thought I was coming back.
If Sabra had panic attacks just thinking that Isaac was going to be mad at her, one can question exactly how much abuse she dealt with to behave like this. Worse yet is the fact that Sabra
Definitely some
believed
emotional abuse.
Isaac to be a
Like-
saint, going as far as to cover up his murder.
So a scuffle ensues,
Excuse
and during
me.
this scuffle, Sabra tries to break it up, right? Okay. And what happens to Sabra as she's trying to break this up?
She says she got trampled.
Who comes to run to her aid?
I have no clue.
Okay. So, fair to say that you probably blacked out or there's bits and pieces missing here?
Yeah.
So Dalton comes running over because his sister's now on the ground and she has this tattoo.
This is one of the reasons I don't like drinking alcohol, bro, is because, like, if there's a night that ever leads to something like this and I just black out, you know? Just, like, fuck that. I want to be coherent and everything.
My brother's keeper and they're
I want to know what
they're
I'm doing.
close, right? And he is screaming at you guys to knock the shit off because his sister's now on the ground. And Sabra is having some
Excuse
type
me.
of panic attack, right? She goes to get in the car and she's screaming at you at this point, right? Do you remember this?
No.
Okay.
You don't drink often? No.
We start fighting on the hill.
And what
Me
happens
neither.
on that hill?
On the hill, that's where I got pushed down.
Do you have injuries that would
Yeah.
corroborate you saying you got pushed down? The scrapes on your side?
Yeah, I got scrapes all over my side, and I have a big knot right here where I got hit.
Okay. So you get pushed down this hill and then what?
Then I think
I don't want to do
going
that.
at
Shit.
it.
Whoops.
Who's we? Because we have about 20 or 22 people now that have been at this cabin.
I don't even know their names.
I saw the video. Somebody clearly shoved you in the front, which started the, the scuffle.
Yeah, that's about the only part I remember is getting pushed, and then kind of gone from there until I got in my car.
And when you get in your car,
What up, Mr. Negative? How you doing?
That's where I think I grabbed a knife. Yeah, he was pulling on the door, I think.
I'll tell you that I have a footprint that tells me they were trying to close the door. Do you remember any of that? Okay, and where's Sabra?
She was just sitting in the car.
Did she get out of the car at any point?
I don't think so.
Is she paying attention to what you're doing there, or is she preoccupied with something?
What you been up to, Mr. Negative?
Watching TikToks on her phone.
Watching TikToks on her phone, knowing her boyfriend just stabbed somebody. Pretty normal behavior, right? I mean, hey, you went home and took a nap. Like, it was just another day in the park for you.
I was too drunk. I didn't really remember it when I got home.
But not too drunk to drive. Not too drunk to dispose of the murder weapon. Not too drunk to try and cover up your tracks. Did you know his name was Charlie? Yeah, you never met Charlie before that, did you? So, you grabbed Charlie by the neck, and you didn't stab Charlie 2 times. You stabbed Charlie 6 times.
I'm gonna say 6 or 7 by the looks
Side
of the
his
video.
neck, right here on his face.
Woo!
Twice in his side, once in his back, and somewhere in between his head and his neck.
Ooh!
And you left.
Not much. I was in the
Lay
gym
there and bleed out on the ground. Charlie didn't die right away.
playing some Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man comes out for the PC in a couple months.
He coded out.
Pretty stoked for that. Please play some Spider-Man too, you know. Revenge, get some revenge for Aunt May, you know.
Kaput, his heart gave out. And you know what? His kid isn't the only one left without a dad.
Once I understand, but 6 times, no remorse. Nah, straight up thug
They're
dog.
not gonna have their mom either. She went to
Yo,
jail.
thug ducks in the house.
Complicity to murder. Because she knew and she didn't do anything.
I fucked up again. I'm not paying attention.
And I turned your kids over to the
God
state
damn it.
earlier this afternoon. Because the living conditions in that house are deplorable as well. So, they're not going to have a mother or a father. Does that change things for you? Does that put some things into perspective? Bet you weren't thinking about that when you threw the knife. All right. Isaac, you're going to stand up, put your hands behind your back. At this time, you're under arrest for murder.
Kind of Cyberpunk.
At this point,
I've thought
Isaac
of
has
it,
nothing
yeah,
more to
but
say, and the
I don't know. I don't want to waste my money on it and just not like it, you
so
know.
much evidence stacked against him
Seems like
and
one
his
of those games I
girlfriend,
just
the
like
two
play
were
for a little
placed
bit and
into
just never
custody as
finish.
they awaited
Honestly.
their trial. A year later, on August 26th, 2024, Saber Flag pled guilty to obstructing justice. This is a 5th-degree felony that comes with a maximum of 12 months in prison and a $2,500 fine. As for Isaac Pence, he was convicted of 1 count of murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, and 1 count of tampering with evidence. A month later, on September
That game is a big
25th,
flop.
he was
No, dude, you should see. Yo, Rep, you should see the mods that Xeno has on that shit. That shit's like a completely different game. The mods this man's got on that, it's like a completely different fucking game. It's insane.
years to life in prison, where he will not see the light of day
It's
for a
insane.
long time. If you're interested in watching our uncensored, extended 2 to 4 hour coverages of these original cases, make sure to check out our Patreon linked in the description.
No, it's legit crazy. Like the fucking graphics in that game is nuts. Are nuts. The graphics in that game are nuts. Like that shit's just literally fucking different, bro. That game's like I don't even think I could run like the graphics and shit, you know, be running on my PC. Not gonna lie.
This was a really horrific murder that shook the town to its core.
There's been an arrest in the murder of a pizza delivery woman some 8 years ago.
Hi, thanks for calling Domino's.
That phone call to that
No,
pizza
bro.
place lured her to what was going to be her death.
Yeah, Viziano does have a great
I don't
PC.
think
That's
she
fair.
ever saw what happened to her coming. She's going through a horrible custody battle right now, and the father of the child is Chad Collins.
You have a electrical restraint device.
There was overwhelming evidence. I mean, literally left on a silver platter about Chad.
There was 3 people there that night, 3 adults. There was Chad, Ashley, and Erica.
I carried out my part of it. I did exactly what he told me to do. And it wasn't because he was forcing me to do it or like he had a gun to my head.
Chad is in prison and Erica is out raising the kids.
And she shacked up with his best friend.
And I think that kept eating at him, and then eventually he'd had enough.
I'm not the one who strangled her, sir.
Would you please repeat that?
I am not the one that strangled her, sir.
It's revenge. That's what he wants. Pure and simple. Revenge.
Don't we all?
this is what he's going to tell you.
How to get out of that situation.
And I grabbed the gun.
Trying to find the first place to put a body.
No, sir. The only thing they could do was kill him.
You want to say anything? We, the jury, and to find the defendant.
We're not, I don't even know if this is, I can watch this. This seems like such a high quality production. Can I even watch this shit? It seems like it's straight off of TV.
You could tell they were starstruck too.
Am I even allowed to watch this shit? Like, I don't even know. We're going to, though. If we get the copyright, we get the copyright, boys. If the channel gets taken down, it is what it is. You're risking it for the biscuit.
Hi, thanks for calling Domino's. We'll be right with you to take your order.
Domino's. My brother and I were supposed to go for pizza today. But we showed up to the pizza place and it was closed until 4. I was fucking pissed. He's been hyping it up.
And she told him that, look, we're working late.
He's been hyping that shit up so much.
We'll meet you out back.
Some honey hot pepperoni pizza, bro. That shit sounded so bomb. We went and got some oxtail instead.
What Ashley did not know at that time is that that phone call to that pizza place lured her to what was going to be her death.
Ashley drives up in her car, pulls around back to deliver the pizza. I don't think she ever saw what happened to her coming.
There was a struggle, change, money was on the ground.
Yo, I remember this shit. We've seen this before, boys and girls. It's because this guy didn't, he got all mad because he couldn't see his kid. Hacker ends game. Thug Cyberpunk has so many mods. It's competing with Fallout New Vegas, which, damn. That's crazy. I might have to go get a demonic butler, bro. This motherfucker's taking forever. The fuck do you think you're going, homeboy? Get back here, boy. I see why they closed the door on him now. Man's a little sporadic. Little fucking sporadic. Oops. Hmm. What level am I now? 76. Sheesh. We really out here, boys. Going up in the world of construction. What am I trying to get here? 92, so it's like, what, 7 mil? 6.5 mil? I need like 5 mil total. XP. Damn, we're gonna be here a while. Hey bud, can't hang, but I saw you were live and wanted to send my support. I hope all is well and life amazing. I'll try and catch another stream sometime in the future. Yeah, okay, I appreciate you, brother. You stay out of trouble. God bless. Good seeing you as always, man. Fuck, construction is boring as hell, dude. Loading the message of the day. Oh my goodness. How could I not play the game without the message of the day? Rapid car. We need to get some mangler kills and shit with our knife in this game.
Interesting. There's an encrypted file in the database written by Technical Officer Anya Tanovsky. Clever minx kept a secret workshop that, quote, can be found if you're so inclined, though most will be refused. That thing grew wings! I haven't seen crap like this in 6 years. Honestly, you people attract monsters like flies to shit.
I don't tolerate this kind of shit in my airspace. Ah, at least it was quick.
Flash and crash. Let's see here. Macho Punch, that's what we need to go buy. Huge. Ooh. Fucking armadillo. Ooh. I'm dead here. Never mind.
Good news, folks. You got extra heads to shoot at. That's gonna make things easier, right? Eat it, screwhead.
Easy mode, likely craptacular tier reward achieved. Yay.
Ah.
I had expected you to be rocking back and forth in fetal position by now.
We ain't going to overtime today.
Oh no. No.
Hard work pays off, even when it should have been easy.
Yeah, I froze your assets, all right.
Oh no.
Brought a knife and a gun to the fight? How'd that work out for you?
Got boom.
What can I say? I'm a crowd pleaser. I got a good head on my shoulders. You didn't even have that.
Oh my god, gold.
Oh, I know how to get shit done.
Insta-kill.
Oh, why is it all sticky in here? Oh, I got my eyes on the prize, all right.
Let's see what's going on with this sand
The only
trial.
weapons allowed past this point are emotional support weapons.
Well, that was a fail and a half. Well, Ah, motherfucker, die.
Well, that was underwhelming. Trial failed.
Sorry.
This better be worth the price or I'm gonna be pissed. You're done here. Max armor. Hook your head clean up. Didn't even need an axe. Insta-kill. Singing incendiary.
We are just farming right now.
Knock you the fuck out.
Raptor 1, ready to extract whenever you want to bug out.
I'd say look on the bright side, but you ain't got one. Tossing C4. Full power.
Holy shit.
Oh, I know how to get shit done.
They were just on me there.
Gotta delay our exfil. Too much windshield.
While I am not easily impressed, I seriously urge you to try.
You might want to put some sunglasses on for this shit. You got burned the fuck up. Check it still.
There's so many. What the fuck? There's so many.
Upgrading trial reward. Keep it up.
Holy shit. There's so many of them.
My programming dictates I inform you that the highest trial tier reward has been unlocked. I would like to give you a round of applause, but I lack the
Oh,
necessary.
awesome. Thank God I already have speed cola. Sick.
That which makes you stronger doesn't fucking kill you. You're done here. You can keep the boat. It's on me.
I always think this is like C4. Look at him just trampling at his own comrades. What a fool.
Now that's what I call a body count. I'd say look on the bright side, but you ain't got one. Take out intimidated, fake again. Anyone else want the same treatment? Light Molotov. I kinda knew you'd be, fresh.
Max armor.
La-da-dee. Where the fuck's the thing? Goodbye. It's over here. Jeepers. The man shot a mangler fucking rifle at me. Jeez. I wonder if that hits the boat, if it'll just make it explode on impact or what.
I know how to get shit done.
After the trial, you will be expected to be able to answer the following questions. Field upgrades are extremely useful, yes or no?
Oh, what's up, Squirter? What you saying, buddy?
Cause of death. I shot you in the fucking head.
Yippers.
Knock you the fuck out!
Alright, alright. Guy spamming. Where's his mangler at? Let's go take him out real quick. See you later, bucko. Whoop. Can't go that way, apparently. Where's my mang yet? Boom. See you later, bud. Let's go like this real quick. Hit him with this.
Did it hurt? I hope it hurt.
Give me that.
Those shadows with the bad things hide. That's where I go.
Sorry. Extraction opportunity has expired. Headwind's too strong.
Didn't even need an ice.
Yeehaw! Fuck, if only I could drive straight, you know? Where are you at, brother? Over here? See you later, bucko.
That looked ape. I hope it was. Who's next? Any takers?
Alright.
Yeah, I froze your ass, that's alright.
Where is this guy? Give him the quick fucking Shankaruno. How you doing now? What round is this? 27. Yeah, I guess I didn't move my webcam, man. Oh well. Too lazy to do it now. You're carrying people online? That's hilarious. Yeah, the other day Jay and I tried playing an online game, we got put in with cheaters. They're sitting there doing a boat glitch, so we kept killing them. Yeah. So they were just down low, glitching with the boat, stacking up zombies. So Jay and I would just like punch the boats out of their way and shit, get them killed. One kid ended up raging at us. Oh yeah, these kids are super bad. If they couldn't just sit there and hide behind the boats, they would have kept dying too. I mean, they did keep dying when they weren't behind the boats, so.
You got burned the fuck up.
And cheating, for real. Fuck cheaters, dude. Yeah, I'd be pretty bad at the game to fucking cheat. That's all I gotta say. Especially in an AI fucking game mode. Like, you're literally fucking cheating against AI. You know what I mean? Like, how bad do you have to be to fucking suck against AI? Like, seriously. Let's think about that real quick. But what's going on with my hair today? Looking like a fruitcake. Boys, I'm going bald. Oh my god. Look at that. I'm going bald, boys. Oh no.
Rest easy. Or not. I don't give a shit. That's my scorched earth power.
In like 2 seconds. Yeah, that's usually how it goes in public COD zombies, brother. That's usually how it goes in public matches for COD zombies. Just either cheaters or shitters.
Max ammo.
Bad news is there ain't no good news. Let's take out the armadillo with the sniper, and those will be like more than. Oh, that was a fucking smoke grenade. I thought that was a concussion. It's awkward. Oh my goodness.
I think we're on a roll.
I think we're on a roll.
I get that you're dizzy. Did I just see you blow chunks? I call head. I win. Didn't even need a knife. You might want to put some sunglasses on for this shit. I'd say look on the bright side. You ain't got one. Bonus points. Those shadows, that thing time, that's where I come.
Why is the knife so OP? Because Melee Machado. The perk that makes you gives you stronger melee damage.
Anyone else want the same treatment? Yeah, I froze your ass, that's alright. This is old school. I fucking love napalm. fuck out!
No. Oh no. Free. Oh well. Man, neither or that makes zombies ignore you? Ah, not really. I just honestly don't really care if I die right there or not. I was just trying to do some challenges for my camos and shit. Which I'm pretty sure I'm now able to do opal for my snipers. Which is huge. And oh, I didn't do it? Fuck, I needed to kill 8 more. I thought I got opal for my knife, but apparently I didn't do that. So I fucked up. Maybe I didn't want to die. I had to kill 8 more fucking manglers. I'm made of Aurum? Yeah. You're made of something, alright. I don't know what? I don't know. Made of something, though. We need to kill... Alright. So the other gun that we use, GPR91. If yeah, it's fair, fair. I'm trying to work on getting kills with this Dark Flare. Trying to get kills with Dark Flare, do these challenges and shit. I'm made of pot, made of substance. That's hilarious. That's funny. I made a pot. I made a pot. And that will be the last of that. Then I gotta do SMGs. Still gotta do these launchers. Maybe I just finish up some guns that I gotta do. Augments, research, field upgrade, Dark Flare. Let's do Dark Flare research so I can start getting this shit a little bit better. I'll be right back. All right. Honestly, I don't even really want to play this shit right now. I don't know. I don't know what to do, chat. I just don't know.
I'm extremely angry and disappointed with the zombies community right now. The last few videos on this channel have been covering the race to the max round of 999 in Black Ops 6 Zombies, and one of the players who remained a constant throughout the race has been the official KHF. For anyone who doesn't know him, he's been a high rounder for a couple of years now, and during the 999 race, he was bouncing back and forth from first place to maybe third place at the worst.
It just gets hacked. No surprise if it's an online game. Respect, Squirt, respect. Hey, Rocky. What are you up to? Hey, Rocky. What are you up to? Hey, little man. What are you up to, little guy? Hey, what are you up to? Fuck. Fuck, there's like nothing to watch. Hurry.
On the eve when Tom answered the door, he was shot down. On March 21st, 2013, in Wise County, Texas, Deputy James Boyd was performing a routine traffic stop on a 1991 black Cadillac DeVille. What he didn't realize was that the person driving this vehicle was the notorious Evan Spencer Ebel, a member of a violent prison gang known as the 211 Crew. Evan was incorrectly released from prison just 2 months before this encounter due to an error in his court records. During his short taste of freedom, he obtained a 9mm pistol and killed a Domino's delivery driver named Nathan Leon, stealing his uniform in the process. Evan then wore that uniform as a disguise and rang the doorbell of Tom Clements, the executive director of the Colorado Department of Corrections. When Tom answered the door, he was shot directly in the chest and killed.
In the shocking overnight murder of the head of Colorado's prison system, Tom Clements was gunned down as he answered the front door of his Monument home last night. Air Tracker 7 was over the home this morning. Investigators are searching the area for clues, and they are talking to neighbors.
2 days after this shooting brings us right back to this traffic stop on March 21st, and it seems that Evil Ebel would rather continue his murder spree than go back to prison. In this exact moment, Deputy Boyd was shot 3 times, twice in the chest and once in the head. Unfortunately, due to YouTube's sensitive graphic violence guidelines, we are unable to show this shooting on screen. However, Deputy Boyd recovered from his injuries and later described the experience.
I remember seeing the gun shoot off a number amount of times, and I could see the cartridges fly out, at which point I blacked out. I had no clue whether I was standing, sitting, laying, whatever.
While squirming on the ground in shock and agony, Deputy Boyd is spotted by a random civilian who pulls over to help. Backup is called in, and while Deputy Boyd gets some much-needed medical attention, numerous officers from several jurisdictions are quickly in hot pursuit of the shooter. The chase reaches speeds of over 100 miles per hour, and more shots are fired.
Look at those fucking trucks just trying to pull over.
Out of traffic. At one point, Evan blows a tire and smoke billows out from his vehicle, hindering the police cruiser's field of view. But the officer remains calm and stays right on Evan's tail. Eventually, Evan exits the highway, and the chase continues through the streets of Wise County. Then, out of nowhere, an 18-wheeler slams into Evan. His car is totaled, but the action isn't over yet. Evan immediately exits the vehicle and fires a barrage of bullets at the officers. The officers fire back, hitting Evan multiple times. Evan Ebel was killed instantly. Several significant pieces of evidence were found in Evan's Cadillac, including Nathan's Domino's uniform, directions to Tom Clements' house, a manifesto outlining his grievances with the prison system, and a hit list of other prison officials. This was an immediate red flag for authorities, as just 7 weeks earlier, another shooting took place with striking similarities. On January 31st, 2013, just 3 days after Evan Ebel was released from prison, a DA in Kaufman County was shot just outside of the courthouse.
Kaufman County 911. Yes, sir. We've got a gentleman on Grove Street and Madison that just got shot.
Officer Jason Statsny was the
That
first to
lady's
arrive at the
voice.
scene. He immediately began CPR.
You got a shot in his face. There you go. There you go. There you go, buddy. Keep breathing for me.
5 minutes later, an ambulance arrived and an EMT took over.
Anybody know anything about it? He's one of the DA prosecutors.
The victim was 57-year-old Mark Hasse, the chief assistant DA for Kaufman County. The scene was quickly secured, and Mark was loaded into the ambulance. Soon after being transported to the hospital, he tragically passed away. With the shooter at large, the courthouse was shut down for the day, and police began to canvass the area. Witnesses stated that the shooter was wearing all black with a covered face, and that they fled the scene by hopping into the passenger seat of a getaway car, a silver or light-colored four-door sedan. Another witness claimed to have heard Mark's final words, "No, I'm
What?
sorry," right before he was shot. Investigators had a feeling that one of the criminals Mark prosecuted sought revenge through a
Look at
targeted
this fucking guy.
attack,
He
and
like
Mark's
wants the
final
door
words
open
only
so he can
supported
just
this
lay in the
theory.
middle of
While
it.
they worked to verify this hunch, District Attorney Mike McClelland made a public statement where he addressed the shooter directly.
My name's Mike McClelland. I'm the criminal district attorney for Kaufman County. We lost a really, really good man. I hope that the people that did this are watching, because we're very confident that we're going to find you, we're going to pull you out of whatever hole you're in, and we're going to bring you back and let the people of Kaufman County prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
2 months later, when Evan Ebel's murder spree ended with his death, Mike
Yeah, I
and
know.
Kaufman authorities
Couldn't
wanted
find
to
it last
identify
night.
Evan's 211 crew affiliation and his
Yeah.
list to Mark's murder as well. Unfortunately, Mike wouldn't live long enough to find out, as he became the next victim.
District Attorney Mike McClelland and his wife Cynthia have been found shot to death.
It is the second shooting of a
I
prosecutor.
mean, why even
in
provoke the
Texas
guy?
town this year,
Fucking
coming just
idiot.
2 months after Assistant District Attorney Mark Hasse was shot dead outside the local courthouse on his way to work.
On March 30th, 2013, friends and family were unable to get in touch with District Attorney Mike McClelland and his wife Cynthia. When they went to check on them, the door was unlocked. Inside, they immediately noticed shell casings at their feet. They feared the worst, and after moving toward the living room, Cynthia was found lying motionless in a pool of blood. Further into the house, they discovered Mike's body as well, riddled with bullets. The McClellands had been brutally murdered. Authorities rushed to the scene and spent the night processing it. It was discovered that the McClellands had a home security system that kept track of any movement detected in the house. All movement stopped by 6:42 a.m. that morning, indicating that the shooting must have taken place around this time. News quickly spread of the McClelland murders, and while hundreds of investigators got to work, a multitude of tips poured in from the public. But one of these tips was much different than the others. It came in on the night of Easter Sunday, and it simply read,
"Do we have your full attention now? Only a response from Judge Bruce Woods will be answered. You have 48 hours.
Law enforcement decided to respond.
You have our attention. How can the county judge contact you?
Since the Crime Stoppers program protects the anonymity of those sending tips, law enforcement had no choice but to await a response from this mysterious tipster. 12 hours later, that response came. It started with,
Your act of good faith will result in no other attacks this weekend."
This mysterious person went on to prove that they were in fact the killer, by stating the kind of ammunition used to murder Mike Hasse, something only law enforcement and the killer would know. Then, the killer had a very specific demand.
Judge Woods must offer a resignation of one of the 4 main judges in Kaufman. My superiors will see this as a first step, ending our action. Do not report any details of this arrangement. You have until Friday at 4 p.m. We are not unreasonable, but we will not be stopped.
Law enforcement then responded yet again.
We are working on your demands. A lot has been put out to the media. Can you give us additional details that are specific to this case and not known by the press?
Unfortunately, the conversation ended there, leaving law enforcement wondering if these were threats coming from Evan Ebel's fellow gang members.
Ebel was a member of the white supremacist prison gang called the 211 Crew. In recent years, experts say ultra-violent white supremacist prison gangs like the 211 Crew and the much larger Aryan Brotherhood, the subject of this National Geographic investigation, have expanded their criminal enterprises outside the prison walls, selling drugs and running guns, all directed from behind bars.
They devised all kinds of codes, so they might send out a letter that looks like a quite benign letter but is actually directing a hit or some other kind of criminal activity.
Still, experts say it is extremely rare for prison gangs to kill top officials, because to do so means all-out war. Tonight, war may well be what the 211 Crew has on its hands.
With the possibility of more organized gang violence on the way, detectives were in overdrive, searching for anything or anyone to help identify Mike and Cynthia's shooter. While reviewing surveillance footage from businesses around the McClelland household, a white Ford Crown Victoria can be seen speeding through the streets. Meanwhile, another team of investigators were taking a look through the past cases involving both Mike McClelland and Mark Hasse. From these case files, a new suspect emerged, former Justice of the Peace and Mensa member, Eric Williams. In 2011, Eric was arrested and charged with felony theft. This Mensa certified genius seemed to have forgotten that there were cameras in the courthouse when he stole 3 computers. Following his arrest, he was brought to the interrogation room for questioning.
Okay, before we get started.
Been a while since I checked in. You still playing 5? I was actually probably going to start up a game tomorrow. I was thinking.
Kind of thing where I tell the IT people, look, that I need to keep improving things. I understand, but you hadn't put any kind of written request, nothing like that's been documented, dog. No, nothing like that. I don't think that you actually believe, I mean, you're an educated person, I see your class ring on your finger, that you can just walk into the ID department and say, I need a monitor, I'm taking that one. I mean, there's places that do that. Places being here in Coleman County or? Well, I mean, there's businesses that, yeah.
Eric was offered a plea deal, which would reduce the charges from a felony to a misdemeanor. But he refused this offer, and the case was sent to trial. The prosecution team consisted of Mark Hasse and Mike McClelland. Eric was ultimately found guilty. He was only sentenced to 2 years probation, but what really stung was that he was now a convicted felon. As a result, his position as Justice of the Peace and his law license were revoked. Following Mark and Mike's death in 2013, Eric was asked to take part in a police interview. He refused to speak with the investigators following the advice of his attorneys. However, Eric had no problem speaking with the media, giving his 2 cents throughout the investigation.
First, I want to say that my deepest condolences go out to the McClelland family and all the people at the courthouse, most of which I know. I've cooperated with law enforcement.
Oh, what have you been up to, Alan?
Bringing justice.
How's life, man?
Was incredibly egregious.
Has anyone connected with this investigation suggested to you that you are a person of interest in the investigation?
No.
Did you bear either of those men any kind of grudge?
No, absolutely not. My heartfelt condolences go out to both the McClelland family and the Hasse family because they were in public office doing the right thing and for some reason that we're not aware of have paid the ultimate price for that.
While Eric segued
work is taking over your life,
investigators continued to look into him as the prime suspect. To their surprise, Eric
Hey, man,
had no
that's how it
record
goes,
of
I
ever
guess.
owning a white Crown Victoria. Thankfully, on April 11th, 12 days after
how the government wants it, you know what I
Eric
mean?
fired his attorneys and reached out to the authorities to cooperate.
How the government wants it, Alan.
Headed to Eric's residence to interview him.
Hey, Eric, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And you understand why your name pops up in all this?
Absolutely. I know.
Well, did you have anything to do with it?
No, absolutely not.
As expected, Eric insisted that he had zero involvement regarding the murders, so the detectives decided to take a different angle.
You don't have any more? You got rid of
I have
all of them?
one gun I'm trying to sell, and it's just hard as hell to sell.
Hey, just curious, how many guns did you used to own?
About 16.
And you sold 15 of them?
For context, since Eric is a convicted felon, it is illegal for him to own any firearms.
I'd love to go back and say, there's no guns in your house. If we looked in that house.
I guess we could just look in there real quick.
Without probable cause, the detectives are unable to legally search Eric's home unless he grants them permission himself.
But you don't mind us going out there and looking? Okay.
I'll take that.
With permission now granted, the detectives begin their search, audio still rolling.
Do you still have any ammo or anything?
Last year, the only ammo I would have would be for that.
As Eric stated earlier, he had apparently sold all but one of his 16 firearms. But as they move from room to room, they uncover a host of weapon attachments.
Hey, Eric, I'm just curious. You're selling all your guns. Why didn't you say your spotting scopes and stuff?
You got to do everything yet?
Here, what is that? Is this a taser or something?
The taser they just discovered is actually a thermal sensor, otherwise known as a heat seeker, which can be used for night vision. Since the McClellands were believed to have been killed before sunrise, the detectives used this, along with the suspicious amount of firearm attachments, as probable cause for a proper search warrant. The next day, on April 12th, 2013, the search is in full swing.
What a fucking
with Kaufman
idiot,
County
bro.
Investigators and the FBI working together.
Never
During the
understand
search,
how
they
people
find
just hold hold
bit
on
more
to
than
shit
they
that they
were
use for a
hoping.
crime
In a
like
filing
that. Like,
cabinet in
what?
the garage, they found the vehicle registration for a white Ford Crown Victoria. They also found a scrap piece of paper. Written on it was an anonymous tip website and a password. When the police gained access to this account, they confirmed that Eric was the one taunting and extorting law enforcement.
We are not unreasonable, but we will not be stopped.
Authorities have arrested 46-year-old
Yo, that's actually a wild story. That guy's crazy.
terroristic threat after searching his home. Williams is the former justice of the peace in Kaufman County, a position he lost last
How the mighty have fallen.
The DA's office convicted him of theft. He has not been named a suspect in the murders.
As the investigation honed in on Eric, several more tips came in, including one from a man named Roger. Roger and Eric became friends during their time in the Texas State Guard, and in November of 2012, Eric convinced Roger to rent a storage unit for him. Once Roger heard about the search of Eric's home, he immediately reached out to law enforcement and told them about this unit. On April 13, 2013, police executed a search of this unit, and to say they hit the jackpot would be an understatement. Not only did they find the white Crown Victoria, but they also unveiled police uniforms and badges, bulletproof vests, and an arsenal of weaponry, including knives, a crossbow, multiple guns, and ammunition that could have killed both Mark Hasse and the McClellans. And of course, pickle jars filled with homemade napalm. Several firearms were sent in for forensic testing.
Yeah, it's wild.
A stray bullet, which was found in a random bag away from all of the other ammunition. As for the silver sedan, police were eventually able to locate receipts for a silver Mercury Sable, which had been towed away after sitting in the storage facility's parking lot for too long. The test results came back, and after comparing the bullet with the shell casings at the murder scene, they were able to confirm that the bullet was ejected from the same weapon that killed the McClellans. However, they were unable to confirm if the firearms that they tested were used in any of the murders. Although this was very frustrating, prosecutors ultimately decided to move forward. On April 18, 2013, Eric Williams was charged with 3 counts of capital murder. In capital murder cases, the state divides the trial into 2 phases, the guilt phase and the penalty phase. During the guilt phase, a jury decides the defendant's guilt or innocence. If the defendant is found guilty, the trial moves to a penalty phase, in which the jury receives additional information and decides whether or not the defendant should be executed. The guilt phase began in December of 2014 and was only addressing one of the 3 charges, the murder of Cynthia McClelland. This was devised by the prosecution team so that if anything went wrong in the first trial, they could essentially get a second chance through another trial. Prosecutors summarized the investigation for the jury, portraying Eric as an egotistical and calculated killer who would go to great lengths for revenge.
This is my chance to tell you the story of the murders of Mike and Cynthia McClelland. He sent an email into law enforcement claiming credit for the murders, thinking law enforcement would never figure it out. Well, he was wrong.
They also used the storage facility's surveillance footage to establish a timeline of the crime. At about 6 a.m., the Crown Victoria can be seen entering the parking lot, then leaving 12 minutes later at around 6:12 a.m. Then, after killing the McClellans at around 6:42
Donnie,
a.m., the
what's
vehicle
up?
heads back to the storage unit, arriving at 7 a.m. 17 minutes later, a black SUV can be seen leaving the area. The defense, on the other hand, focused on the weak points in the prosecution's case.
Eric Williams did not commit these murders. There is no known murder weapon.
Smokey,
in
what's
this
up?
case. There's no one who can place Eric Williams in that scene at the McClellan home. No one.
The prosecution called an onslaught of witnesses, meticulously breaking down each and every piece of evidence and testimony. As for the defense, they called no witnesses during the guilt phase of the trial. They simply believed that it was unnecessary since the state failed to prove Eric's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the final say would go to the jury. And after 90
talk?
minutes
Oh
of
shit.
deliberation,
Let's
the
go.
verdict was reached.
We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Eric Lyle
Excuse me.
Williams, guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment.
Eric Williams was found guilty for the murder of Cynthia McClelland. It was now time for the penalty phase, where the jury decides whether or not Eric will receive the death penalty.
Dude, this guy's getting the
Perhaps
death
the most
penalty
compelling moment of
100%.
the trial is what happened next. This is Kim Williams,
What?
Eric's wife and alleged getaway driver. Back in 2013, Kim was arrested at the same time as Eric, and detectives spoke with her for hours in the interrogation room. Although she was first defensive about her husband, she slowly let her guard down and eventually told the detectives what really happened. They convinced her to take a plea deal. Since she was protected by spousal immunity, she was not forced to testify against Eric. However, as part of her deal, they asked that she provide testimony during the penalty phase of the trial. She agreed.
It was a cold day, and
You can't trust these hoes,
there was
boys.
excitement in the air.
He came up with a plan to dress like law enforcement. He was modeling it for me.
Describe to the members of the jury what he was modeling for you the night before.
I want to say he looked like he was in the Army or SWAT. He had a bulletproof vest that had sheriff on the front. That more than likely Mrs. McClellan was going to answer the door and he was going to introduce himself as a policeman.
You may be wondering why Cynthia had to die if Mike was the target. Kim explained Eric's simple reasoning to the court.
She would be there as a witness, and he described it as collateral damage.
What did he tell you about how Cynthia McClellan died?
He told me that he had to shoot her an extra time because she was still moaning.
That night,
Cheers.
Kim and Eric celebrated the double murder by having a feast.
We had steaks on the grill, and Eric cooked those.
At your parents' house?
At my parents' house.
Were you all celebrating with steaks?
That's correct.
During the guilt phase of the trial, the prosecution team was not allowed to bring up the details of the Mark Hasse case, so they used this opportunity to bring the jury up to speed.
Did you agree to drive?
Yes, I did.
You knew what was going to happen.
Yes, I did.
Why did you agree to drive to the murder of Mark Hasse?
I was so drugged up, and I so believed in Eric and everything that he told me. His anger was my anger.
Kim went on to recount the moments following Mark's shooting.
As you're driving away from the scene of the Hasse murder, what is his mood like?
Happy.
What is your mood like?
Happy.
She also recalled driving to a bridge one night with Eric, where he threw a bag into the lake below.
Do you know what was in the bag?
I knew that it was guns.
After 7 months of searching, the bag was found at the bottom of the lake. It turns out that it wasn't a bag at all, but rather a Halloween mask that Eric wore during Mark's shooting in order to conceal his face. Inside the mask was 2 revolvers, one of which was confirmed to have killed Mark.
And you can imagine the terror that was going through Mark Hasse when he recognized and heard the voice.
Kim also revealed that Eric had several more victims in mind. This hit list included a judge that he planned on killing in a more creative way than the others.
And who else?
Judge Ashworth.
How did he tell you he was going to kill Judge Ashworth?
He was going to shoot him with the crossbow.
What was the napalm for?
I guess to drive in an extra kind of FU. He's going to bore a hole in his stomach and pour it in.
The defense tried to combat this disturbing testimony with a small army of character witnesses. No matter how hard the defense worked, Eric's fate was
Yeah, it's
ultimately
kind
left
of
to the jury,
he's
and on
fucked.
December
Like
17th,
what? Nothing you can
2014,
really do
Eric
with that
Williams
guy.
was sentenced to death by
It's
lethal
cooked.
injection.
He was ordered by this court to carry out the sentence of death.
As of November 2024, Eric
Oh,
is still
bank
on death
81.
row and is appealing his conviction. Kim Williams pled guilty to the murder of Mark Hasse and was sentenced to 40 years in prison.
Pretty much the only thing I have to say is you, Eric Williams.
Thanks for watching. Anytime, homie. Okay. $8,000. Damn. 8,000 of them. Sheesh. That's crazy. Oh, like 1,600 of them. Oop. Yeah, 1,600 of them. So, we'll put a decent little dent into it. We'll have like 80. Excuse me. $86. Be like 86, right? Yo, what's up? How you doing, buddy? So I get to like 82. Damn, it's gonna be slacking. How you doing, bro?
You're climbing up on me.
I know.
Your cut's correct.
60
Swing
flash.
this, swing this, swing this.
Yeah,
One
he's
guy.
literally one bullet. He's running inside though. I'm looking for teammates.
On the roof, guys. I'm riding here. All jumping on me. All jumping on me.
Do damage. No, one.
It's just one.
Oh,
no, it's different team. Different team. Different team.
This is definitely a different team.
Oh my god.
I'm out.
This is definitely a different team. Holy. I have a 3-man on me. How, bro? Did we not get a single new team com? Bro, what are we playing?
That's like Koifel's like alter ego KO gif or some shit. Like, what did this happen?
Sweet managed to respawn Naughty and Zainu, and now they're all scrambling to survive by healing in the second ring's gas. Then this happened.
Wait, my controller's remapping? There's no way. What the fuck is remapping?
It just I accidentally hit the buttons to like activate the remapping.
How do you like what?
It's the back two. It's the back two buttons and the touchpad.
I don't know how you do it.
Wait, chill. Bro, it's fucking tweaking.
Just when they were about to escape the hellish ring, a full team hiding in the gas ambushed them.
Oh, what the bro?
Oh my god. Ending stream. Wait, maybe we hold and on some tweak shit? I'm fighting. Left line, one bullet, she's dead to gas,
One right.
90. One. Dead, I'm backside. I'm playing.
Yeah, I'm tapping and then I'm merging. Bro, I can't tap. Move, sweet! Holy shit, that shit just f***ed up so bad. I'll res him. Shut up.
I'm ending stream.
That's literally game-winning fight, not.
Triple pred team.
Here, come here.
Oh, no drone, it bugged, man. Like, this game could not go any worse. What is that?
Chill out, bro.
The game is going great. There's a bug, bro. There's a bug in the game where your drone doesn't work.
Yeah, the bug is you, bro.
No. That's good.
They're literally running at us. Hold on. I cracked lifeline. They're running at us.
Oh, wait,
At us?
Yes.
I'm gonna hide in a second.
Hit him, Naughty.
Path one. I'm on high with you. Where's he at? Thank you. Oh my god, that heady's insane. I'm gonna ult up here too.
They're on their height.
Oh, I'm literally on me. Yeah. I'm dropping. Coming.
I need you to do.
Hold on. No block. I shit on castle.
90.
I'm dropping.
I'm so
dropping on you.
He chased me. At 90, 45, 90. They're on me.
Ping Mastiff, bro. Why do I have a PK still? Why did everyone we loot not have a Mastiff? This is so annoying.
That's why it's like so unplayable on these servers.
Come on. Yeah, we're just fighting kids on literally 10 ping in their fucking third world country. All right.
God damn. That's a ruthless calm. I fucked up. was a ruthless calm. I think I might have to get the demonic fucking demon butler guy and speed this shit up so much more. It'll cost more, but holy fuck, it will go so much faster. And we're gonna get a level right here. Bing. Level 77. What'd you get up to today, Sean? No shit. Yeah, I feel that. I went and got some Caribbean food with my brother. Some jerk chicken, some oxtail. It's pretty fire. Jamaican jerk, bro. You already know. A fun video to watch. Finish watching this.
Faye foresaw it all because it turns out that she was one of the Jotun. She was Laufey. So when Baldur came to their homestead at the start of the game, he was actually looking for Faye.
I've been
not
playing
Kratos.
Ragnarok.
There's also another mural which showcases
Offstream.
Kratos' death in the arms of Atreus, but we don't linger on that for too long. Kratos has a moment of pure liberation after this. The binds of his arms are released as he has nothing to hide anymore. They then walk to the summit of Jotunheim in an absolutely incredible moment, and they spread the ashes of Faye finally. This is honestly one of the most satisfying moments I've experienced in a video game story ever. I loved every single second of this moment. Before we roll credits though, Kratos tells Atreus that he was named after a Spartan warrior that he admired, but Atreus was known to the giants as Loki, the god of mischief, trickery, and deception, which spells interesting implications for his future, which is obviously explored in Ragnarok. Credits then roll, but if you return back home, you do get an extra ending. After some well-earned rest, Atreus has a vision of someone arriving to their home. That someone is none other than the god of thunder, Thor, setting up the events of Ragnarok. This story, man, is honestly just phenomenal. Normally, I have a small gripe or two with a great video game story, but I'm really struggling to find one to nitpick here. If I was to nitpick something, because I have to pick something out, because there's going to be that one smooth brain TikTok kid that says I'm glazing the story because it's actually good. So I've got to find a little bit of a nitpick just to keep them off my back. I would say that the story is very MacGuffin based. You do spend a lot of time going somewhere to grab a MacGuffin and then going somewhere else to grab another MacGuffin. But as far as complaints go, it pretty much begins and ends with MacGuffins for me. I'm just so glad I revisited this game when I was a little older and could probably appreciate it a little more than I would have if I completed my playthrough when the game came out.
Fucking
The
great
Last
game.
of Us is my favorite game of all time, and I knew this game took some inspiration from it, and playing through the story in its entirety now, it's very clear to see where and how it does so. You've got two people who are forced together to go on a grand adventure and learn to love and trust each other along the way. It's very similar, so it checks out that this story really resonated with me given my fondness for The Last of Us. But God of War's story still forges its own identity in the process, which should not be forgotten. I would also be remiss to ignore Bear McCreary is a massive, massive reason this story and this game worked. I don't think we can really praise this guy enough for helping to create the tone and feel this world needed. And without him, this story simply wouldn't have packed the punch that it did. I love that he decided to keep the score simple for this game with few notes because
Yeah, the
Kratos is
score,
a man of
the
few
music in the game
words.
was
This
insane.
guy, probably the MVP of God of War. Overall, though, this story is just masterful. There's simply no other way to describe it. It's one of the best video game stories ever told, and based off story alone, I'm not surprised it won Game of the Year in 2018.
It's Sunnyside? Yeah,
The
super.
gameplay of God of War is honestly some of the most satisfying gameplay I've come across in any game. I think we can all agree throwing the Leviathan axe around is about as satisfying as it gets. I must admit, picking the game back up again after all these years, I was surprised by just how Metroidvania-like it was. Also, how Souls-inspired it could feel at times. It really feels like this game took inspiration
Bro, I forgot
from
about that boss. The dragon boss? That shit was fucking hard.
all
I think it
these
was hard
years.
to
I
kill.
was surprised by just how Metroidvania-like it was. Also, how
This little dragon boss right there?
Souls-inspired it
That
could
shit
feel
was
at
so hard to
times.
kill.
It really feels like this game took inspiration from all of these other games, combined them all together to create something of its own. A large portion of the gameplay in God of War is spent exploring. You spend a lot of time traversing linear paths to get to certain areas to complete your story missions or side quests, aka favors. Now, I think this largely works here as the combat encounters you get along the way can certainly catch you by surprise, but the puzzles in this game are genuinely great, at least in my opinion. I have seen people over the years call this game God of Puzzles and say it in a
Nah,
negative
some of the
way,
puzzles
and I can
suck
definitely
ass. Like going around
understand where they're
collecting all the
coming from.
birds. I hate
Puzzles
that.
are a large part of the gameplay here. You spend a lot of time figuring out how to progress to the next area, and sometimes it can be challenging until you have the moment of realization
Yeah,
that you're
bro,
actually a
for
complete
sure.
moron and it was 10 times easier than you thought. But there are certain puzzles that do require you to think a little bit, and I appreciate that personally. Other games that have similar level design to this game, such as Jedi Fallen Order or Jedi Survivor, I could often get frustrated by those puzzles and find them to be a bit of a chore, but I was actively enjoying going out into the world and engaging with them here. As you progress throughout the game, you unlock new abilities that allow you to complete certain puzzles and unlock new areas. Because of the Metroidvania design of the game, often you'll go down certain pathways and there will be things you can't complete, but you can revisit later. Now, this does mean backtracking and retreading the same ground, which is something I don't really like when it comes to games with this kind of level design, but I think they did a reasonable enough job of speeding up the backtracking if fast traveling isn't available to make it so it's not a complete nightmare. But let's talk about the combat. The combat in God of War is absolutely incredible. For the first half of the game, I found the combat to be pretty enjoyable, but it wasn't until I learned about Valkyries that I was basically forced to learn just how deep the combat ran in this game. When you spend multiple hours getting your ass beaten by a Valkyrie, you really do start paying more attention to your approach with your build, because this game really does allow you to have the freedom to approach combat how you want. You of course upgrade your skills as you'd come to expect. You upgrade your Leviathan Axe and Blades of Chaos as the story progresses, and on top of that you can upgrade your shield combat, your Spartan Rage combat, as well as Atreus as a companion. But then you can pick up runic attacks for your axe or blades, which act as a special high damage ability that can make or break a fight. You use them at the right time and they can be a massive help. If you use them at the wrong time, those difficult enemies will make you pay for it. There's also a lot of gear in this game. It's very RPG-like at times. Between your skill points, you have a really diverse experience in your playthrough. You can focus on certain attributes for Kratos that range from strength, runic, defense, vitality, luck, and cooldown. There's just so much depth here, and believe it or not, it wasn't the story that actually hooked me early on in the game. It was the progression, which
the progression was
such
insane.
A strong narrative is actually mind-blowing to me. I can't believe that's what got me hooked. Now, to aid alongside
such an old game,
you
I
can't
still go
not
back and
talk
play it.
about boss fights. Now, the boss fights
so much
tied to the
fun.
story, to be honest, I actually thought were quite easy. Like, I
boss
genuinely
fights
had
were super
more
easy.
issues with
That's meant to be
random,
easy.
unnamed sub-bosses I found when exploring the world than I did mainline boss fights with the likes of Boulder. The mainline story boss fights feel like a mainline story boss fight with quick time events and checkpoints mid-fight. But when you're away from that, I think that's where the game's combat in a boss fight sense truly shines. The Valkyries being a prime example of
Valkyries
that.
are a prime
One thing I love
example,
about
yeah.
the combat approach here
Yeah.
is that you can play aggressive, you can play conservative, and at times with certain fights you really will have to slow yourself down, remain patient, wait for your moment. But then the game still lets you know that it's a God of War game and you can just go absolutely ballistic. Especially on higher difficulties against difficult enemies, you sometimes really have to play slow and patient and really wait for your moment. As I mentioned earlier, I spent hours on just one Valkyrie boss fight. And yes, whilst I thought about taking a long walk off a very short pier dozens of times, I actually really enjoyed the challenge of it. Those few hours went by really quick, and despite the fact I could have just walked away and come back later at any time, I didn't want to. The core gameplay is that enjoyable that I wanted to keep going. I haven't been so frustrated by a boss fight in my life before, but I also hadn't enjoyed
He's just
one
killing the
as
first
much
Valkyrie,
at
like the
same
easiest
time.
one too.
It's truly a unique experience that this game gave me that I've never had before, and I've played a lot of games in my time. Now, the ways you can approach encounters in this game are also very player specific. People play this game very differently, and I've noticed that by watching other people's YouTube videos on this game. I watch their gameplay and I'm like, you can do that? But I also watch someone else's gameplay and it looks like they don't know that they can do half the things I do. It's really weird how different people play this game. Depending on how you like to play as a player, depending on your build, certain approaches work better than
Get
others.
the fuck in the door.
It's basically up to your playstyle and build if you should favor the Leviathan Axe, the Blades of Chaos, or both. Also, whether or not you should use Atreus, whether or not you should use Resurrection Stones, what runic abilities you use, when to trigger your Spartan Rage. Like, there are so many factors that can help give you a unique experience here. Using Atreus, for example, for me personally, it varied from fight to fight. His special ability in some instances was an absolute must for me, and I wouldn't have been able to defeat enemies without it. But against some of the Valkyries, I often found the ability just made it harder for me to spot the unblockables. So again, Valkyries in general, I barely used Atreus at all, which to be honest is probably why it took me so freaking long. But there were some enemies that I also found the Blades of Chaos to be useless and the axe overpowered, and vice versa. Now, this wasn't from a damage perspective, as I know certain enemies you're supposed to use the blades and some you're supposed to use the axe because of frost and fire and all that sort of stuff, I know. But I mean in the general flow of combat. I found the axe was better for one specific tanky enemy and the blades were just better for crowd control. Like, depending on your enemy, the approach can just be so different, and then combine it with your playstyles and you really can have a unique experience. It's honestly no wonder when in combination with the incredible story that this game won Game of the Year when it had Red Dead 2 as competition, which many people consider to be literally the best game ever. I will be replaying this game many times in the future on Give Me God of War just for the enjoyment of the gameplay alone.
Many times on Give Me God of War. This guy must be a fucking psychopath.
The worlds of God of War are without a doubt incredibly well designed, look fantastic, and are a joy to explore. Considering this game...
That man must be a fucking psychopath if he wants to do that multiple times. Holy shit. We out here just building fucking doors, boys. Jeepers creepers. Might have to go get the demonic fucking guy though, because he's a little slow, so speed shit up. I have to fire him, you know? Bro, chat, look at this shit that just got recommended to me, okay? Look at this shit that just got recommended to me. I got this chick stream, Doggy Style Gaming. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Don't recommend me this trash. Like, hello? What? Doggy Style Gaming. Like, what the fuck? Unbelievable. That's just unbelievable, bro. That's just gonna rake in the views, too. Kids are gonna love that. Kids will love that, you know? What's everyone saying, though? What's everyone in chat saying tonight? What's everyone up to? Doggy Style Gaming, bro. That's just wild. Unbelievable. Unfucking. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab a. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water. Fuck, man, that's just crazy, bro. Just crazy. We'll be right back. Redeem toke, squirt. I'm back. Alright. Cheers. Fuck. Sean, do you remember what chapter we were on, bud? I think we're on this chapter, chapter 20.
That
Wait.
night, the company was again summoned to the chamber of Celeborn, and there the lord and lady greeted them with fair words. At length Celeborn spoke of their departure. Now is the time, he said, when those who wish to continue the quest must harden their hearts to leave this land. Those who no longer wish to go forward may remain here for a while, but whether they stay or go, none can be sure of peace. For here we are come now to the edge of doom. Here the ways of the world lie open again, or we summon them to the last need of Lorien. Then they may return to their own lands, or else go to the long home of those that fall in battle. There was a silence. They all resolved to go forward, said Galadriel, looking in their eyes. As for me, said Boromir, my way home lies onward and not back. That is true, said Celeborn. But is all this company going with you to Minas Tirith? We have not decided our course, said Aragorn. Beyond Lothlorien, I do not know what Gandalf intended to do. Indeed, I do not think that even he had any clear purpose. Maybe not, said Celeborn. Yet when you leave this land, you can no longer forget the Great River. As some of you know well, it cannot be crossed by travelers with baggage between Lorien and Gondor, save by boat. And are not the bridges of Osgiliath broken down and all the landings held now by the enemy? On which side will you journey? The way to Minas Tirith lies upon this side, upon the west, but the straight road of the quest lies east of the river, upon the darker shore. Which shore will you now take? If my advice is needed, it will be the western shore, and the way to Minas Tirith, answered Boromir. But I am not the leader of the company. The others said nothing, and Aragorn looked doubtful and troubled. I see that you do not yet know what to do, said Celeborn. It is not my part to choose for you, but I will help you as I may. There are some among you who can handle boats. Legolas, whose folk know the swift forest river, and Boromir of Gondor, and Aragorn the traveller.
And one hobbit,
cried Merry.
Not all of us look on boats as wild horses. My people live by the banks of the Brandywine.
That is well, said Celeborn. Then I will furnish your company with boats. They must be small and light, for if you go far by water, there are places where you will be forced to carry them. You will come to the rapids of Sarn-Gebir, and maybe at last to the great falls of Rauros, where the river thunders down from Nenhithel. And there are other perils. They will not give you counsel. In the end, you must leave them and the river and turn west or east. Aragorn thanked Celeborn many times. The gift
West
of
or
boats
east?
comforted him much, not least because there would now be no need to decide his course for some days. The others too looked more hopeful. Whatever perils lay ahead, it seemed better to float down the broadside of Anduin to meet them than to plod forward with bent backs. Only Sam was doubtful. He at any rate still thought boats as bad as wild horses, or worse. And not all the dangers that he had survived made him think better of them. "All shall be prepared for you and await you at the haven before noon tomorrow," said Celeborn. "I will send my people to you in the morning to help you make ready for the journey. Now we will wish you all a fair night and untroubled sleep." "Good night, friends," said Galadriel. "Sleep in peace. Do not trouble your hearts overmuch with thought of the road tonight. Maybe the paths that you each shall tread are already laid before your feet, though you do not see them. Good night." The company now took their leave and returned to their pavilion. Legolas went with them, for this was to be their last night in Lothlorien, and in spite of the words of Galadriel, they wished to take counsel together. For a long time they debated what they should do, and how it would be best to attempt the fulfilling of their purpose with the ring. But they came to no decision. It was plain that most of them desired to go first to Minas Tirith, and to escape at least for a while from the terror of the enemy. They would have been willing to follow a leader over the river and into the shadow.
Oh, am I doing? I'm just chilling, man, you know? Just
And Aragorn
living,
was still divided in his
getting by.
mind. His own plan, while Gandalf remained with them, had been to go with Boromir, and with his sword help to deliver Gondor. For he believed that the message of the dreams was a summons, and that the hour had come at last
Not
when
really
the
too
heir of
much.
Elendil should come forth and strive with Sauron for the
Just
master.
thinking, might go to the trade school to become a pipe fitter.
And he knew that he could not now
Yeah.
forsake the ring, if Frodo refused in the end to go with Boromir. And yet what help could he or any of the company give to Frodo, save to walk blindly with him into the darkness? "I shall go to Minas Tirith, alone if need be, for it is my duty," said Boromir, and after that he was silent for a while, sitting with his eyes fixed on Frodo, as if he was trying to read the halfling's thoughts. At length he spoke again, softly, as if he was debating with himself. "And if you wish only to destroy the ring," he said, "then there is little use in war and weapons, and the men of Minas Tirith cannot help. But if you wish to destroy the armed might of the Dark Lord, then it is folly to go without force into his domain, and folly to throw away—" He paused suddenly, as if he had become aware that he was speaking his thoughts aloud. "It would be folly to throw lives away, I mean. It is a choice between defending a strong place and walking openly into the arms of death. At least, that is how I see it." Frodo caught something new and strange in Boromir's glance as he looked hard at him. Plainly Boromir's thought was different from his final words. It would be folly to throw away what? The Ring of Power. He had said something like this at the council, but he had accepted the correction of Elrond. Frodo looked at Aragorn, but he seemed deep in his own thought, and made no sign that he had heeded Boromir's words. And so their debate ended. Merry and Pippin were already asleep, and Sam was nodding. The night was growing old. In the morning, as they were beginning to pack their slender goods, elves that could speak their tongue came to them and brought them many gifts of food and clothing for the journey. The food was mostly in the form of very thin cakes made of meal that was baked a light brown from the outside, and inside was the color of cream. Gimli took up one of the cakes and looked at it with doubtful eye. "Crab," he said under his breath, as he broke off a crisp corner and nibbled at it. His expression quickly changed, and he ate the rest of the cake with relish. "No more, no more!" cried the elves, laughing. "You have eaten enough already for a long day's march."
I thought this was only a kind of crab, such as the Dalemen make for journeys in the wild," said the dwarf.
"So it is," they answered. "But we call it lambus, or waybread, and it is more strengthening than any food made by men, and it is more pleasant than cram, by all accounts."
"Indeed it is,"
said Gimli.
"Why, it is better than the honey cakes of the Beornings, and that is great praise, for the Beornings are the best bakers that I know of, but they are none too willing to deal out their cakes to travelers in these days. You are kindly hosts."
All the same, we bid you spare the food, they said. Eat a little at a time and only at need, for these things are given to serve you when all else fails. The cakes will keep sweet for many, many days, if they are unbroken and left in their leaf wrappings as we have brought them. One will keep a traveler on his feet for a day of long labor, even if he be one of the tall men of Minas Tirith. The elves next unwrapped and gave to each of the company the clothes that they brought. For each they had provided a hood and cloak, made according to his size, of the light but warm silken stuff that the Galadriel wove. It was hard to say what color they were. Twilight under the trees they seemed to
Hey,
be.
Rocky Boo.
And
Hey,
yet if they
close
were
the door,
moved or set
bud.
in another light, they were green as the shadowed leaves, or
Hey,
brown
Ann.
as fallow
You
leaves
good?
by night.
Yeah.
Dusk silver as water under the stars. Each cloak was fastened above the
Yeah,
with a
Rocco.
brooch like a
Oh,
carved veil of
yeah,
silver.
boy.
Are these magic cloaks? Asked Pippin, looking at them with wonder. I do not know what you mean by that, answered the leader of the elves. They are fair garments, and the web is good, for it was made in this land. They are elvish robes, certainly, if that is what you mean. Leaf and branch, water and stone, they are the hue and beauty of all these things under the twilight of Lorien that we love. For we put the thought of all that we love into all that we make. Yet they are garments, not armor, and they will not turn shaft or blade. But they should serve you well. They are light to wear, and warm enough or cool enough at need. And you will find them a great aid in keeping out the sight of unfriendly eyes, whether you walk among the stones or the trees. You are indeed high in the favor of the lady, for she herself and her maidens wove this stuff, and never before have we clad strangers in the garb of our own people. After their morning meal, the company said farewell to the lawn by the fountain. Their hearts were heavy, for it was a fair place, and it had become like home to them, though they could not count the days and nights that they had passed there. As they stood for a moment looking at the white water in the sunlight, Haldir came walking towards them over the green grass of the glade. Frodo greeted him with delight. I have returned from the northern fences, said the elf, and I am sent now to be your guide again. The Dimril Dale is full of vapor and clouds of smoke, and the mountains are troubled. There are noises in the deeps of the earth. If any of you had thought of returning northwards to your homes, you would not have been able to pass that way. But come, your path now goes south. As they walked through Caras Galadhon, the green ways were empty, but in the trees above them many voices were murmuring and singing. They themselves went silently. At last Haldir led them down the southward slopes of the hill, and they came again to the great gate hung with lamps, and to the white bridge. And so they passed out and left the city of the elves. Then they turned away from the paved road and took a path that went off into a deep thicket of malon trees, and passed on, winding through rolling woodlands of silver shadow, leading them ever down, southwards and eastwards, towards the shores of the river. They had gone some 10 miles, and noon was at hand when they came on a high green wall. Passing through an opening, they came suddenly out of the trees. Before them lay a long lawn of shining grass, studded with golden Eleanor that glinted in the sun. The lawn ran out into a narrow tongue between bright margins. On the right and west the Silverlode flowed glittering. On the left and east of the great river rolled its broad waters, deep and dark. On the further shores, the woodlands still marched on southwards, as far as the eye could see. But all the banks were bleak and bare. No Malon lifted its gold-hung boughs beyond the land of Lorien. On the bank of the Silverlode, at some distance up from the meeting of the streams, there was a height of white stones and white wood. By it were moored many boats and barges. Some were brightly painted and shone with silver and gold and green, but most were either white or grey. 3 small grey boats had been made ready for the travellers, and in these the elves stowed their goods, and they added also coils of rope, 3 to each boat. Slender they looked, but strong, silken to the touch, grey of hue like the elven cloaks.
Something you used to wrap up
Asked
Gollum.
Sam, handling one that lay upon the greensward. Ropes indeed, answered an elf from the boats. Never travel far without rope, and one that is long and strong and light. Such are these. They may be a help in many needs.
You don't need to tell me that,
said Sam.
I came without any, and I've been worried ever since. But I was wondering what these were made of. Knowing a bit about rope making, it's in the family, as you might say.
They are made of heathline, said the elf. But there is no time now to instruct you in the art of their making. Had we known that this craft delighted you, we would have taught you much. But now, alas, unless you should at some time return hither, you must be content with our gift. May it serve you well. Come, said Haldir. All is now ready for you. Enter the boats, but take care at first. Heed the words, said the other elves. These boats are light built, and they are crafty and unlike the boats of other folk. They will not sink, lay them as you will, but they are wayward if mishandled. It would be wise if you accustomed yourself to stepping in and out, here where there is landing place, before you set off downstream. The company was arranged this way. Aragorn, Frodo and Sam were in one boat, Boromir, Merry and Pippin in another, and in the third were Legolas and Gimli, who had now become fast friends. In this last boat, most of the goods and packs were stowed. The boats were moved and steered with short-handled paddles that had broad leaf-shaped blades. When all was ready, Aragorn led them on a trial up the Silverlode. The current was swift, and they went forward slowly. Sam sat in the bows, clutching the sides and looking back wistfully to the shore. The sunlight glittering on the water dazzled his eyes. As they passed beyond the green field of the Tongue, the trees drew down into the river's brink. Here and there golden leaves tossed and floated onto the rippling stream. The air was very bright and still, and there was a silence, except for the high distant song of larks. They turned a sharp bend in the river, and there, sailing proudly down the stream towards them, they saw a swan of great size. The water rippled on either side of the white breast beneath its curving neck. Its beak shone like burnished gold, and its eyes glinted like jets set in yellow stones. Its huge white wings were half lifted. A music came down the river as it drew nearer, and suddenly they perceived that it was a ship, wrought and carved with elven skill in the likeness of a bird. 2 elves clad in white steered it with black paddles. In the midst of the vessel sat Celeborn, and behind him stood Galadriel, tall and white. A circlet of golden flowers was in her hair, and in her hand she held a harp, and she sang. Sad and sweet was the sound of her voice, in the cool, clean air. I sang of leaves, leaves of gold, and leaves of gold there grew. Of wind I sang, a wind there came and in the branches blew. Beyond the sun, beyond the moon, the foam was on the sea, and by the strand of Ilmarinen there grew a golden tree. Beneath the stars of Ever-Eve, in Eldamar it shone, in Eldamar besides the walls of Elven-Tirion. There long the golden leaves have grown upon the branching years.
Tolkien loves his little
while here
poetry
beyond
and
the
the
sundering seas now fall the elven tears.
and all of his literature.
O Lorien, the winter comes, the bare and leafless day. The leaves are falling in the stream, the river flows away. O Lorien, too long I have dwelt upon this hither shore, and in a fading crown have twined the golden Eleanor. But if of ships I now should sing, what ship would come to me? What ship would bear me ever back across so wide a sea? Aragorn stayed his boat as the swan ship drew alongside. The lady ended her song and greeted them. "We have come to bid our last farewell," she said.
I smoke
"To
a
speed
roach,
you with
been there,
blessings
brother.
from our land. Though you have been our guests, said
Exactly, better
Celeborn,
than nothing.
you have not yet eaten with us, and we bid you, therefore, here between the flowing waters that will bear you far from Lorien."
Facts,
The
man,
swan
way better
passed
than
on
nothing.
slowly to the Hythe, and they turned their boats and followed it. There, in the last end of Egladil, upon the green grass, the parting feast was held, but Frodo ate and drank little, heeding only the beauty of the lady and her voice. She seemed no longer perilous or terrible, nor filled with hidden power. Already she seemed to him, as of men of later days elves still at times are seen, present and yet remote. A living vision of what which has already been left far behind by the flowing streams of time. After they had eaten and drunk, sitting upon the grass, Celeborn spoke to them again of their journey, and lifting his hand, he pointed south to the woods beyond the tongue. As you go down the water, he said, you will find that the trees will fail, and you will come to a barren country. There the river flows in stony vales amid high moors, until at last, after many leagues, it comes to the tall island of the Tindrock, that we call Tol Brandir. There it casts its arms about the steep shores of the isle, and falls then with a great noise and smoke over the cataracts of Rauros, down into the Nindalf. The Wetwang, as it is called in your tongue. That is a wide region of sluggish fen when the stream becomes tortuous and much divided.
Boosted your
There
mood.
the Entwash flows in by
Nice,
many
sounds
mouths of
good.
the forest of Fanghorn in the west. About that stream on the side of the great river lies Rohan. On the further side are the bleak hills of the Eminbuil. The wind blows from the east there.
Let's play a game of chess right now. I didn't even notice that shit. Or if the soak, I'm both fucking stoned already, but. Project Chug chilling. How about you? No, I'm a non-stop workout's good though. I wasn't thinking, fucko. My bad. We just don't want that loss. You lost when you lost the queen? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. Fuck. No, I'm pulling the square. Oh no. I'm not paying attention, bro. He's just playing with his food. You're not beating me, bud. I'm telling you that right now. There's no way. You're not beating me. You're not beating me. That's enough of that for me. I'm probably gonna hop off. That's funny. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna run a couple cameras in COD. Fuck it. Whatever. I'm gonna go grind a couple camos. Sub J scheme. You're a good boy. Apex. Why is Apex starting out? What the fuck is going on? It's Apex. That should have me tripping for a second. I was like, what the fuck? Custom. Name 3, 10, 13. Watching me, watch you, watch him. I need 8 more fucking knife kills. 8 more knife kills. Just like work on headshots or something. I don't know. Maybe we just continue headshots with this fucking shitty pistol. Whatever. We'll just use this fucking junk. Looks good enough to me. You gotta go outside? You gotta go poop? Yeah? Let's go, little man. Let's go. Let's go. Keep going.
It is imperative that we reactivate the systems that power this infernal place.
Central database will help us locate.
Please stand by.
The sooner we rescue Nathan, the sooner we can all get off this godforsaken rock.
1 online.
I love computers. All it takes is one resentful old German, and voila! Chaos.
Knock yourself out, Doc. I'll let y'all know when this bird is ready to fly.
Look at that gold knife.
Who's next? Any takers?
I don't wish to sound ungrateful, Peck, but your timing for this rescue mission was not ideal.
Unit
I
activated.
don't know why this sounds
Please
like
stand
this,
by.
but I've spent half my life in the breeze of shit-covered fans.
You're done here.
Not enough resources. Oh god. We cutting our way through this.
Area 2 online.
If the inversion warheads were exhumed from the sea, would they still be operational? Duh. The sun will burn out before they break down. Why do you ask? Dr. Modi has them. Security files list Dr. Ravity Modi as the head honcho here. That's, slightly
Pretty no way if you go there.
If you had spent the last 6 years here, Peck, you'd be more than slightly alarmed.
Oh shit.
We ain't going to overtime today.
Let's go. Woo! Unlock the suppressor. You just should honestly just leave this match and go throw the suppressor on this bitch. Get way more salvage. Make this game way more fucking enjoyable. Yep, that will do. And you get one more stun kill. And you get one more stun kill, Jack. You the goat. No, you're the goat, Squirt.
The guard station computer cannot access the central database while the network is down. Honestly, who built this place?
Amp unit activated.
Same man
Please
who put
stand
you
by.
in those cells. Your old boss, Richtoff. We break out Maya's brother, Nathan. He'll hunt that asshole down.
1 online.
A few more amps, and we'll have full access to the central database. Raptor 1, what is your status?
Helipad's operational. Running system check. I'll give y'all a holler when the helo's ready to fly.
Sick. Concussion's done. And Thieves finally signed Dojo. Yeah, apparently Nicewig's like the CEO or some shit now. Oh, CEO for a day. True.
Frankly, I'm not sure which is worse. Being out there with a wretched
I
undead
see.
or stuck in here with you, Peck.
Intern CEO.
Yeah, well, you smell like a nursing home bedpan, Strauss. But at least you don't bite.
Put your head clean up.
My boy just got murked up there. Holy shit.
Amp unit activated. Please stand by.
Boom.
Send a shot guard.
System maturation
Uh.
failure. Reboot in process.
This process literally takes a minute. Is
Oh, my shock
focusing
zombies
that
disappeared.
long really too much for you?
Amp unit activated.
I do
Please stand
hope
by.
that Dr. Morty has been torn to pieces by this mob. Morty?
Man's got no fucking ammo in it.
I only know her by reputation, but the sick shit she's done to people. Fuck.
Knock you the fuck out.
Amp unit energized. Area 2 online.
Thanks to you for accessing more files. Wait, what? That quack Modi stole my inversion warheads in a mini-sub?
What is that adage you Americans are so fond of? Finders, keepers, losers, reapers.
Oh. I went and got some oxtail with my brother today. It's fire. Feels so good.
You can keep the bullet. It's on me.
Gun sucked. Yoink. I hit the box one time for the one time. Why not, right? You know? Oh. How you doing, Dylan? What's new, bro? What's up, man?
Cause of death. I shot you in the fucking head.
Max armor.
We just ate some Pringles. I'm having some Lay's right now.
Tear them to pieces.
I don't tolerate this kind of shit in my airspace.
Low-key better? Yeah. Depends on the Lay's chip. Depends on the Pringles chip. How fresh they are.
That thing grew wings. Oh, I haven't seen crap like this in 6 years. Honestly, you people attract monsters like flies to shit.
Amp unit activated. Please stand by.
Anyone else want the same treatment?
Miss Vicky's? Yeah, Miss Vicky's are the ones from Costco.
Send an impact grenade.
Fire.
Oh, I know how to get this done.
Got some dill pickle kettle cooked chips from Costco. Those things are just gas. Got some jalapeno kettle cooked chips as well. Very gas.
Full power means full database access. Crap. Someone put the hard drive.
Kettle cooked definitely the way to go.
Can't we catch a fucking break?
Do not fret. Tenacity and deductive reasoning should lead the team to the hard drive.
Interesting. There's an encrypted file in the database written by Technical Officer Anya Tanovsky. Clever minx kept a secret workshop that, quote, can be found if you're so inclined, though most will be refused.
That's a little random.
If I looked like you, I'd want to be put out of my misery.
I bet they're expensive as fuck. Honestly, I don't even care about the free perk right now. I ain't gonna lie. 450 bullets for this thing. Pretty good right now.
At least it was quick.
Behind crits.
Max armor.
Boom, bitch.
Keep on keeping on. That's the most important thing. That's easy. Or not. I don't give a shit. Star Kid. Eat it, screwhead. This is Raptor 1. Hope you're all hanging in there, but I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Well, I ain't ready to go, boy. New Apex meta does not seem fun to play. Probably not for the pros. Jeez, Nebula strat, what's that? can get the 10 in 5 rounds. Wow. That's crazy. Smart. But crazy. That's wild. That's wild.
Tear them to pieces.
So close to it being over, as if he didn't enjoy every step of the way.
Max ammo. Which one of you cupcakes wants to lose a push-up contest?
Proceed to the trial station. With your head on. Can you follow instructions? It will be unfortunate if you cannot.
Makes no difference to me.
Minimum trial success criteria achieved. Upgrading trial reward. Keep it up.
Bonus point.
Oh, hello.
Your performance has certainly given me a great deal to think about. Thinking conclusion.
Anyone else want the same treatment? I don't see anyone recycling your crappy remains.
Let's go. I hit the box for the one time. Might as well, right?
See what we get here.
I am trying not to get open.
Hey, where'd my other gun go?
Keep it coming. I'm getting my bloodlust on. Wow. At least it was quick. Your asses need to ride out of here. I got the chopper ready.
Hey, we got the Grim camo.
Now we're fucking talking. Who's up first?
I'm surprised these guys can walk upright.
Chat, did anyone in here watch The Penguin? The TV show? Anybody in my chat watch that shit? What do you think of it, Dylan? You liked it? Yeah, so I thought it was pretty good. It's fucked up how he does Vic, bro.
Any special features I should know about?
Turn them to pieces.
Concussion grenade out! Blast trap set.
Max ammo.
Cook your head cleaner!
Max armor.
Boom, bitch.
Any other dipshits wanna step up?
Double points.
You got burned the fuck up. Oh, I got my eyes on the prize, all right.
See what I get. Don't let me hit it. Oh my good golly gosh.
I and the AI Infinito remains an incalculable mystery.
I'm just dead, bro. Dead. Oh, that's enough of that shit for me. No, I haven't. What's it about? Jayski. Jayski just out here raw dogging it without me trying to level up. I see you. Oh, that's pretty wild, bro. Sounds like a wild concept for the movie. What's up, Polly Wally? Oh, shit.
Sentry turret operating.
Okay, Paris, I was moving up there. Oh, yeah. Is that so? But steak looks delicious. Well, shit, chat. I don't know. I don't know. probably just gonna end the stream, boys, and go just to bed or something. I don't know. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night. Peace. Have a good one, everybody. Peace, Alex. Always, you as well, Paul. Peace, peace.